Peace, Morris. Five on the left, two on the right. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Peace.
Freedom.
And
justice. Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My
And my salvation. By night. And by day. Through his holy prophet. Noble Juwali. Islam.
You want to see it later?
Prophet warns all Muslims, governors ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Juwali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out a divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. Noble Juwali. Islam. To be proclaimed at every meeting. Islam. I am glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claimed that I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me, so they may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I am calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance, and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present, so I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without I, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works, which I have performed in the past few years. Prophet Noble Juwali. To the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, Islam. This is the instruction from your Prophet Noble Juwali. Be faithful unto your forefathers' divine and national creed, that you would be blessed for your good deeds that you sow in the flesh. Allah is the one that judges the world, and his judgment is now on, but the weak can comprehend it not. The end of time is drawing near, so says Allah to his divine prophet, I, Noble Juwali. And that's why many hearts have been turned to stone. Many have eyes to see, but cannot see, ears to hear, but cannot hear, lest they would be confounded of their sins. These are trying hours now, dear Moors, and every evil spirit is moving, and they are trying every weak mind to overthrow and drag out the true foundation that has been laid, and to cause confusion in the minds of the ones that do believe. But if you have the true love of Allah and the spirit of your forefathers, you fear not what you hear or see, but would sacrifice the utmost of your very life to protect your movement and your prophet. Watch your enemies, dear Moors. Your enemies are the ones that speak against your prophet and ridicule him to the very lowest, and the ones that speak against your divine and national principles of your temples. Act accordingly, and Allah would bless you for your good work. Peace. Your divine prophet, Noble Juwali. Islam.
In fact, you get farther calling yourself an African than calling yourself Negro. African don't catch no hell. You the only one catch hell. They don't have to pass civil rights bills for Africans. African can go anywhere he wants. Right now, all you got to do is tie your head up. Go anywhere you want. Just stop being a Negro. Change your name to Huga the Gluga. Let's show you how silly the white man is. You dealing with a silly man. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. And he went in a white restaurant. They sat down, they served him. And he said, what would happen if a Negro come in here? Hey, he's sitting up there black as night. But because he had his head wrapped up, the waitress looked back at him and says, well, wouldn't no nigger dare come in here. So you're dealing with a man whose bias and prejudice is making him lose his mind, his intelligence.
Mr. Popo has always been one of the strangest characters in Dragon Ball. Quiet, unassuming, always in the background. But there's a moment in the Buu saga that reminds you why people never fully trusted how strong he really is. Because for a brief moment, Mr. Popo fights off 2 Super Saiyans. After Vegeta's sacrifice, Goten and Trunks wake up somewhere unfamiliar. They don't know where they are. They don't know who brought them there. All they know is that they're hungry, so they wander. And eventually, they run into Mr. Popo. But Trunks doesn't know him, and he doesn't wait for explanations. The second Popo grabs him, Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan. Goten follows immediately. They try to escape, and Popo stops them. He holds both of them in place with ease. The boys eventually break free using their speed, blasting through the door to get away. Trunks turns back and attacks, and that's when it becomes clear something is off. Because none of Trunks' attacks land. Every strike is blocked. Every movement is read. Popo doesn't counterattack. He just keeps up. Then Goten tries to flee. Popo gives chase, and somehow, even Super Saiyan Trunks can't keep up with him. Popo cuts Goten off midair. Goten attacks. Same result. It's not until Goten finally lands a clean kick that Popo gets sent flying. And when the dust settles, Popo isn't injured, not scratched, not winded. The fight ends only because Goku arrives. And just like that, the moment passes. But it leaves a question behind, because this isn't the first time we've seen something like this. Back in Dragon Ball, after Goku defeated King Piccolo, Popo fought him, and Goku didn't stand a chance. Popo dodged everything, blocked everything. He even ate a Kamehameha. That was the same Popo who trained Goku afterward. The same Popo who helped prepare the heroes for threats far beyond Earth. So when you see him calmly handling 2 Super Saiyans, fighters who surpassed enemies from entire previous sagas, it stops feeling like a gag. There have always been rumors that Popo could have helped during the Saiyan saga, that if he ever stepped into a real battle, things would have gone differently. And we know Dragon Ball has never fully explained what he actually is, which makes moments like this stand out. It reminds you that some characters were never meant to show everything. So the real question isn't how strong Mr. Popo is, it's how strong he's choosing not to be.
Hey, Piccolo, do you mind if I ask you about something?
What's that?
Well, when Dende and the other Nameks left to resettle on that new planet, you could have gone with them. I was wondering why you chose to stay here with us. They're your people.
Well, I might join them someday. But for now, I feel like my mission is here on Earth. Sometimes connections between people run deeper than where they're from or what color skin they have.
7 Dragon Balls are not objects. They are locations. They are the 7 major chakras of the human energy body, scattered and buried within you. The hunt is the journey of awakening. You must traverse your own inner world, the forests of confusion, the oceans of emotion, the deserts of will, to find and activate each one. And the dragon, Shenron, that is Kundalini, the cosmic serpent, the sleeping Naga power at the base of your spine. When you gather all 7 chakras, when you achieve alignment, you summon the dragon, you awaken the serpent, and it rises to grant the deepest wish of your soul, to become what you truly are, a super sapien. But every legend has a villain, and in this story, the villain is not a monster, it's a system. Enter Frieza, the galactic emperor, the tyrant who owns planets, who sees living beings as property, who fears the legend of the Super Saiyan above all else. Frieza is not a person. Frieza is the archetype of the material ruler, the demiurge, the lord of the physical realm who believes the universe is his to own, trade, and exploit. His fear is precise. The Super Saiyan, the awakened human, is the one being he cannot own, because the Super Saiyan's power comes from within. It is sovereign. It answers to no external authority. Frieza's entire empire is built on external control. Armies, technology, fear. The Super Saiyan's power is internal sovereignty, spirit, energy, will. This is the war. External authority versus internal awakening. The Frieza force is every system that profits from keeping your Dragon Ball scattered, your chakras blocked, your Shenron asleep. So what is the ultimate wish? It is not for riches or power. Those are Frieza's wishes. The true wish, when all 7 are gathered and the dragon rises, is for remembrance, for the integration of your fragments, to become a complete being. The orange orb is the root chakra, security. The blue is the throat, truth. The green is the heart, compassion. Each ball a piece of your soul, waiting to be found. This is why the process is sacred. This is why it's a journey. You cannot buy the Dragon Balls. You cannot steal them. You must earn them through inner work. The final enemy is not Frieza. It is the Frieza inside you, the part that believes you are small, owned, and powerless. Summon your dragon. Awaken your serpent. Make your wish. The saga isn't on TV. It's in your spine. And the final transformation is always, always self-bestowed.
All right, Islam. Giving all praise due to Allah, honor to His Prophet, honor to all you who made it today. Islam. Islam, we're going to build today. It's this one term that me and Grand Sheik was going over yesterday. I found it pretty interesting. And actually I overlooked it. Y'all have a dictionary. You got any dictionaries out there? Blackstone? You got one, right? It's called Constitutional Psychopathic Inferiority. I'm going to give you a minute to look that up. I know it's definitely in the 4th, but I don't know if it's in the 7th or not. But I'm going to read the definition for this, and this is constitutional psychopathic inferiority. It means individuals who show a lifelong and constitutional tendency not to conform to the customs of the group, and who habitually misbehave and have no sense of responsibility to their fellow men or to society as a whole. These individuals fail to learn by experience and are inadequate, incapable, and insufficient. And I give a case for that, State versus Pearson. Now going over that, I said, wow. I said, they call it constitutional psychopathic inferiority. Now I was trying to break that down on what body of laws or what are they using to determine that? Because in order for it to be in the law dictionary, means is there's some type of evaluation that they're using to come up to match it with this term that we don't know, but we have to investigate. And not just anyone else, we as Moors and as governmental officials, we have to do the same thing. Because I'm sure that we have victims of that among us.
Yes.
And we just maybe overlook that terminology. We might call it something else. Because we got different terminology for different things. So you found it?
It's not in mine.
Oh, right.
7th edition.
Now, to come up with this, I'm going to repeat this. Because this is deep and I want to get everybody's drawing on this. It says individuals who show a lifelong and constitutional tendency not to conform to the customs of the group, and who habitually misbehave and have no sense of responsibility to their fellow men or to society as a whole. It says these individuals fail to learn by experience and are inadequate, incapable, and inefficient. Now, we know Noble Drew Ali states that he will find us where he left us. Or he says we must return back to the state where he found us if we don't show proficiency through experience. Now, we know that this whole movement is based on experience. And that's the only way you really learn is by experience. Because man knows not by being told. So man is here to gain perfection. And that's by experience. So we know if we don't toil or we don't go through the polarities, then we know that we can't possibly learn. And when I look at this, it shows me that we have to actually be active with constitutional law in order to fall up or either to be classified under this terminology, even if we fail. But to prove we fail, we must have some type of activity and then show that we just can't get with it, or we fail, or we don't wish to, what they call it, conform to the Constitution. Because we do have people like that. We got Moors in some of the temples, Moors just outside the temple. Some people don't want to get with constitutional law. They say, oh, that's for the Europeans, or that's for the Englishmen. Not understanding that there's principles behind it. Now, regardless, it don't even get into what constitution yet. We're not even talking about what particular constitution. But we know all the constitutionals, the de jure constitutions, are all in harmony with each other. So, we know to violate one, you violate the others. So it lets me know that if one doesn't want to conform to any constitution, that means they're violating all of them, and they will be classified under this after fair evaluation. Speaking radical against the Constitution, not acknowledging it, not actions, words, and deeds is not in harmony with Constitution, then they will all be classified under this. meaning that they would not be protected under any constitution if they felt was classified under this terminology here. That led us, and I'm going to just camel back off a conversation we had last night because it's all relevant on this. Key words that we want to demonstrate here is customs and creed. So we can get a couple definitions for custom and creed. Because it says not to conform to the customs of the group. So, being that you have different organizations under the umbrella of the Moors Divine and National Movement, you will have different groups. And each groups are, in lawful or legal terminology, the word is jurisdiction. So you have different jurisdictions which will determine the different groups. That will determine the different literature, different customs. But under the umbrella of the Moors Divine and National Movement, you should have basically the same customs. Should have. Even though we know that that's not actually so at this time, for whatever other reason. But one thing in common we have with all the different jurisdictions is we have the same national standard, which is our flag. So if we have the same national standard, we're supposed to have the same customs. We find the word custom?
Islam.
Islam.
You want me to read? Custom. This is out of the 7th edition of Black's Law. Now, a practice that by its common adoption and long unvarying habit has come to have the force of law. See usage.
Usage?
Yes. They have a lot of customs. Conventional custom, general custom, legal custom, and local custom.
What does general custom mean?
General custom. A custom that prevails throughout a country and constitutes one of the sources of the law of the land. A custom that businesses recognize and follow. See trade uses under usage.
Alright, so a custom is actually a law. I'm going to read the one out of the fourth dictionary. A usage or practice of the people, which by common adoption and acquiescence, and by long and unvarying habit, has become compulsory and has acquired the force of a law with respect to the place or subject matter to which it relates. A custom is a practice of course or of acting. So it tells me once again that a custom is a law. Now look up the word deed. And while you're doing that, I'm going to just replace the word custom that's in this definition under constitutional psychopathic inferiority, and I'm going to replace it with law, just to give us another drawing of it. Individuals who show a lifelong and constitutional tendency not to conform to the laws of the group. Now we know within the Moorish Science Temple, we have certain bylaws, and we have Holy Quran, which is all based on customs or law that we adopt pertaining to the jurisdiction. And the Prophet Noble Ali says every individual temple has different customs, has different laws, as long as it's in harmony with the Grand Major Temple and the Prophet. Meaning that you can set up different policies or different bylaws as long as it's in harmony with common law or with the customs of being a Moorish American. Same thing with the different jurisdictions and organizations under the umbrella of the Moorish Science Temple. That's what we have nowadays. Now, what was the word I told you to look up?
You said creed.
Creed.
Yes.
Creed.
You said deed, right?
I thought you said deed.
Yeah,
said
you
deed
said
too.
deed.
I thought I did, but
You
I
said
apologize.
deed too.
Yes.
But you
Yeah.
said
You mean creed?
Did I say creed the first time?
Yes,
Creed
you
the
said
first
deed.
time.
First time,
Yeah.
deed.
Deed the second time.
Creed.
I heard the second time.
I thought I was going a little crazy. But
Yeah. Creed should be way of life.
I don't have.
I'm sorry for customs. We had as practice, right?
A usage or practice of the people. That's basically what it means. It goes on.
I don't have creed in my 7th edition.
All right.
Right?
And under custom, as synonymous with common law as well. Common. Common and custom are synonymous. And common law and custom is based on usage. And all of this is going to build up this picture I'm trying to draw, is because this is what this movement is based on. Common usage. And with common law, common usage, even dealing with things like documentation, identification, what else you have?
Immunization, naturalization.
Yes, nationalization. What is the name correction? That's important, because really, that's the most time that we have to use that term common usage. Is when we're defending a name correction.
Yes.
You know, we don't use the word name change.
Yes.
We use the word name correction. And when you're dealing with the reason, and here's how you use. What I'm personally going to show you is how to defend or use the Constitution to protect common usage.
Yes.
Because what they would tell you in this corporate world is we don't acknowledge common law anymore. Or I know, like the state of New Jersey, the corporate state of New Jersey will say that we abolished common law 3 years ago, which cannot be done. The Constitution itself is common law. And this is one of the reasons why we have a misapplication of documentations in our status in this movement, is because that word common law, people got different opinions on what common law means. And most of us say that it came from England and things like that. And we really need to understand that. Common law or common usage is the custom or the way or the practice of the people. So when we say the people, that's a constitutional term. People, according to the Constitution, is the federation of the union of the different tribes, nations, or whatever have you, occupying the same territory. So whatever the usage of the people is, whichever way they choose to practice or to live, constitutes common law or common usage. So if a group of us get together and say, well, we want to adopt or use a certain name, and we just start using it, and we all can prove that we've been using it, that constitutes common law. So if I adopt an attribute for myself, and I start using it in every single transaction with my people, going outside and working using this name, I just done what they would call a common law name change. And that does not require a court order to do so. A court cannot touch that. but it has to be defended by the Constitution. I'm going to show you how to use this. Noble Ali showed us how to use it with chapter 47. With us having our own customary laws. That's a part of our Constitution. Part of others as well, but I'm showing you how to use this direct Constitution to protect that. Now the key is, regard anything you use within the divine Constitution still has, just like CNB stated in the Zodiac Constitution, a violation of mine is a violation of your very own. So therefore, I don't care what if I say Grand Sheik is empowered to make law and enforce law, and I'm saying he's a congressman, I say he's a legislative, and he's an executive, and he's judicial. So whatever function that he functioned in, or we acknowledge that or honor, you have to respect that, because that's a part of our custom. That's a part of our laws. And a violation of our Constitution is a violation of yours, protected by Article 6 of the United States Constitution. So the fact that we correct our name without going to the court, there's many ways to defend it, but I'm showing you one. You can use it based on your divine Constitution of the Moor Science Temple. That's one way. Because custom is a law. And you have creed.
No, I don't have creed in mine.
Oh, you didn't find it?
No, it's not in mine.
Is there another dictionary?
Yes, do we have a regular? You have a regular on the bridge? I have one here.
I don't.
Look that up from the Grand Sheik. Now, under classifications, under the definition custom, I'm going to read, it says, customs are general, local, or particular. General customs are such as prevail throughout a country and become the law of that country, and their existence is to be determined by the court. Applied to the usage of trade and business, a general custom is one that is followed in all cases by all persons in the same business, in the same territory, and which has been long established that persons sought to be charged thereby, and all others living in that vicinity may be presumed to have known of it and to have acted upon it as they have had occasionally. So you have different type of customs. Customarily. Or customary, I'm going to read. Customarily, I'm going to read first, actually. Means usually, habitually, according to the customs, general practice or usual order of things, regularly. Now, customary, according to the customs or usage founded on, or growing out of, or dependent on. Ordinary, usual, common. Keep all of these things highlighted in your mind, because this is what your argument is going to be. You got creed for us?
Yes, creed. Creed, an authoritative summary of the essential points comprising a certain belief as of a church, a political or a scientific body, or any organized society, particularly the confession of faith of a religious body. Belief, and particularly religious belief.
Do they give a synonym for that?
Synonym? No. Do you have the source?
Not handy, no. Alright, well, we get the picture. Now, even when they use the word belief, you know, they also use scientific organization and political organization. You know, they all run concurrent when they're dealing with these definitions. So we know that there has an application of law to it when you use the word creed. So the prophet states that he was teaching us about our nationality and our divine creed, which we know divine is pertaining to God or the Most High, things of that nature. So we know that our divine creed is not dealing with belief. We already know that. It's dealing with custom. Because it's a way of life, which is Islam. which is the old time religion, which is the oldest religion known to man, which represents order. So religion is just order. So religion, order, and custom and creed all will be synonymous when you break this down. That's why when they say things about that's why the First Amendment is what it is. And it's one of the most heaviest articles or amendments in the Constitution. And they disguise, the politicians and the scientists disguise the overthrow of the laws behind religion. Religion gives them the veil to keep doing what they're doing without making a constitutional argument. You understand?
That's true.
So the ministers and things, when they battle the tax exempt, they do it from a religious point of view. When they don't pay taxes on their house and things, they do it behind religion. So government don't even touch Amendment 1. They don't want to battle with it. They can go, I mean, you can make an argument about the right to bear arms all day long. But if a minister was to bear arms and use the First Amendment without using the Second Amendment, they will honor that more than they will honor the argument of the Second Amendment, because it gives them a back door where they don't have to explain to the people why they overthrew the laws. So it's a veil that they're using under the First Amendment and that term religion. Even though religion in its true sense means law and order, they have disguised it under one's belief and his devotion to God. But you know, when you deal with God, you're still dealing with the natural order of the universe or astrology. Hit that door one more time. So we just going over some provisions on how to defend certain things. What you looking at now? All right. Any questions so far? Islam.
Yes, Grand Sheik, when you was giving a definition out for constitutional psychopathic inferiority,
Yes.
I don't have it. I was hearing it and I'm not sure, so I want to say what I think so you can let me know if I'm correct, because I don't want to be,
True.
not knowing what I'm talking about.
True.
All right, so when I think of it, I think of like outlaw, and I think of rebel, and I think of the Arabic word hawa. When I think of constitutional psychopathic inferiority, I was perusing through the Black's Law, and when I was reading it, it seemed like it was connected with this word. And the reason why I chose those words, because when I'm speaking to somebody, I got to talk in a language that I'm familiar with. But if I know this word, then I know if they're speaking this, I can attach it, with something.
True.
And so when you was talking about customs and common law usage and all that being de jure, and this is what the prophet gave us a back door. I was thinking de jure, but when I think of this word, I think of de facto, like the infiltrators of the movement, like they rebels and outlaw outside of the customs. Islam.
So yes, absolutely. And there's a distinction in this also, because our outlaw, we have to qualify that. And if someone look up the word outlaw, because we know that someone can be outlaw or.
I'm gonna do the noun, because outlaw has a noun, has a verb, and has different meanings.
Tense.
They have international law under the outlaw, so I looked it up, and I'll just read what I come up with.
All right, and one point on that is that someone can be outside the constitutional fold of government by ignorance to the Constitution or to the laws, and that makes a distinction between this definition here, because it's saying that someone has failed by action or by deed, meaning that they have knowledge already of what they're supposed to do. They just do not want to conform to it. Is when you just totally abandon it, anarchy, to that of what you're supposed to practice. So that makes a distinction, and I'll let you go through outlaw and see what you think is necessary to be said about that.
This is outlaw, a noun. It has three. I'm going to read all three. A person who has been deprived of the benefit and protection of the law. A person under a sentence of outlawry.
Can you speak up so everybody can hear you?
I apologize. A person who has been deprived of the benefit and protection of the law. A person under a sentence of outlawry, not that one. A lawless person or a habitual criminal, especially a fugitive from the law. Third one is international law. A person, organization, or nation under a ban or restriction because it is considered to be in violation of international law or custom. And that's what I was thinking of, 3 international law, because when we dealing with this movement, we dealing with international law. And you was talking about custom, so that would be a part of that constitutional psychopathic inferiority. And I wanted to use that because that's not a word that I would probably even use, but I at least know that I can attach it with something, so when I hear it, I don't have to be all bewildered. I know what they're talking about, you know, on my degree. Islam?
I would can somebody answer me, you know, because I need you to tell me. Constitutional psychopathic inferiority.
Because that means antisocial behavior.
All right.
The psychopathy is antisocial behavior.
All right.
And it refers to the principle that every being in their very nature, meaning that the fundamental, and though it's not saying that, the implication is that every living being in their fundamental nature actually truthfully knows right from wrong. And you have a duty to society at large. That's why international law is, all people are held to that. Because it's in your nature. In other words, no one really needs to teach you right and wrong. You already know it. It is genetically coded into you. And it is a known factor. And when you counter that, you're not only violating others, you're violating yourself. This is where that the state, when it's in its proper order, has the divine power to get rid of you if you insist on violating the law.
Also, that would go with rebel. You're rebelling against what you know.
True.
And when you do that, you cause a lot of dis-ease, not only to yourself, but to others, because of that cord that we connected. And so that's why we have to do what's correct. That's why I said Moors are men upright. When they talk about upright, talking about custom, they talking about character, they talking about behavior. All true Moors will. And that's when I said choice last week. I think that it was misconstrued because I didn't clarify it, and so I want to make a speedy reparation. I want to clarify it. When we become true Moors, we don't have a choice, because guess what? We are the law. We don't go like, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do this. We're going to just do just what the higher self do. And that's what I mean when I say we don't have a choice. And when we start thinking like that, then we'll know we don't have a choice. We can't keep thinking, well, I got a choice, I can do this. No, all true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. And it's just that simple, because we keep choosing, and the prophet already told us what we have to do. It's in our DNA what we have to do. It said that we was made in the image and after the likeness of Father God Allah. That's the right in us. So we don't need to be making a choice. It's in you, so do what you know is right. Islam.
Islam. Islam. Piggyback on that. It says, do what thy soul dictates to thee, but then again, know thyself. So you have a responsibility to know yourself and follow that. I want to read religion. Oh, Queen.
I rise and I give praise to Allah, the God of the universe, and give honor to you all. This is an interesting topic. I'm going to read outlaw, and we all understand and see things from our own perception. And the last definition, she could explain outlaw as international law.
So when we say the people, that's a constitutional term. People, according to the Constitution, is the federation of the union of the different tribes, nations, or whatever have you, occupying the same territory. So whatever the usage of the people is, whichever way they choose to practice or to live, constitutes common law or common usage. So if a group of us get together and say, well, we want to adopt or use a certain name, and we just start using it, and we all can prove that we've been using it, that constitutes common law. So if I adopt an attribute for myself, and I start using it in every single transaction with my people, going outside, I'm working using this name, I just done what they would call a common law name change. And that does not require a court order to do so. A court cannot touch that. But it has to be defended by the Constitution. I'm going to show you how to use this. Noble Ali showed us how to use it with chapter 47. With us having our own customary laws. That's a part of our Constitution. Part of others as well, but I'm showing you how to use this direct Constitution to protect that. Now the key is, regard anything you use within the divine Constitution still has, just like C&B stated in the Zodiac Constitution, a violation of mine is a violation of your very own. So therefore, I don't care what it is. If I say Grand Sheik is empowered to make law and enforce law, and I'm saying he's a congressman, I say he's a legislative, and he's an executive, and he's judicial. So whatever function that he functioned in, or we acknowledge that or honor, you have to respect that, because that's a part of our custom. That's a part of our laws. And a violation of our Constitution is a violation of yours, protected by Article 6 of the United States Constitution. So the fact that we correct our name without going to the court, there's many ways to defend it, but I'm showing you one. You can use it based on your divine Constitution of the Moor Science Temple. That's one way. Because custom is a law. And you have creed.
No, I don't have creed in mine.
Oh, you didn't find it?
No, it's not in mine.
Is there another dictionary?
Yes, do we have a regular? You have a regular unbridged? I have one here.
Okay.
Look at it from the Grand Sheik. Now, under classifications, under the definition custom, I'm going to read, it says, customs are general, local, or particular. General customs are such as prevail throughout a country and become the law of that country, and their existence is to be determined by the court. Applied to the usage of trade and business, a general custom is one that is followed in all cases by all persons in the same business, in the same territory, and which has been long established that persons sought to be charged thereby, and all others living in that vicinity may be presumed to have known of it and to have acted upon it as they have had occasionally. So you have different type of customs. Customarily. Or customary, I'm going to read. Customarily, I'm going to read first, actually. Means usually, habitually, according to the customs, general practice or usual order of things, regularly. Now, customary, according to the customs or usage founded on, or growing out of, or dependent on. Ordinary, usual, common. Keep all of these things highlighted in your mind, because this is what your argument is going to be. You got creed for us?
Yes, creed. Creed, an authoritative summary of the essential points comprising a certain belief as of a church, a political, or a scientific body, or any organized society, particularly the confession of faith of a religious body. Belief, and particularly religious belief.
Do they give a synonym for that?
Synonym? No. Do you have thesaurus?
Not handy, no. Alright, well, we get the picture. Now, even when they use the word belief, you know, they also use scientific organization and political organization. You know, they all run concurrent when they're dealing with these definitions. So we know that it has an application of law to it when you use the word creed. So the prophet states that he was teaching us about our nationality and our divine creed, which we know divine is pertaining to God or the Most High, things of that nature. So we know that our divine creed is not dealing with belief. We already know that. It's dealing with custom. Because it's a way of life, which is Islam, which is the old time religion, which is the oldest religion known to man, which represents order. So religion is just order. So religion, order, and custom and creed all will be synonymous when you break this down. That's why when they say things about that's why the First Amendment is what it is. And it's one of the most heaviest articles or amendments in the Constitution. And they disguise, the politicians and the scientists disguise the overthrow of the laws behind religion. Religion gives them the veil to keep doing what they're doing without making a constitutional argument. You understand?
That's true.
So the ministers and things, when they battle the tax exempt, they do it from a religious point of view. When they don't pay taxes on their house and things, they do it behind religion. So government don't even touch Amendment 1. They don't want to battle with it. They can go, I mean, you can make an argument about the right to bear arms all day long. But if a minister was to bear arms and use the First Amendment without using the Second Amendment, they will honor that more than they will honor the argument of the Second Amendment, because it gives them a back door where they don't have to explain to the people why they overthrew the laws. So it's a veil that they're using under the First Amendment and that term religion. Even though religion in its true sense means law and order, they have disguised it under one's belief and his devotion to God. But you know, when you deal with God, you're still dealing with the natural order of the universe or astrology. Did that go one more time? So we just going over some provisions on how to defend certain things. What you looking at now? All right. Any questions so far? Islam.
Yes, Grand Sheik, when you was giving a definition out for constitutional psychopathic inferiority,
yes.
I don't have it. I was hearing it and I'm not sure, so I want to say what I think so you can let me know if I'm correct, because I don't want to be,
True.
not knowing what I'm talking about.
True.
All right, so when I think of it, I think of like outlaw, and I think of rebel, and I think of the Arabic word hawa. When I think of constitutional psychopathic inferiority, I was perusing through the Black's Law, and when I was reading it, it seemed like it was connected with this word. And the reason why I chose those words, because when I'm speaking to somebody, I got to talk in a language that I'm familiar with. But if I know this word, then I know if they're speaking this, I can attach it, with something.
True.
And so when you was talking about customs and common law usive and all that being de jure, and this is what the prophet gave us a back door. I was thinking de jure, but when I think of this word, I think of de facto, like the infiltrators of the movement, like they rebels and outlaw outside of the customs. Islam.
So yes, absolutely. And there's a distinction in this also, because our outlaw, we have to qualify that. And if someone look up the word outlaw, because we know that someone can be outlaw or.
I'm gonna do the noun, because outlaw has a noun, has a verb, and has different meanings.
Tense.
They have international law under the outlaw, so I looked it up, and I'll just read what I come up with.
All right, and one point on that is that someone can be outside the constitutional fold of government by ignorance to the Constitution or to the laws, and that makes a distinction between this definition here, because it's saying that someone has failed by action or by deed meaning that they have knowledge already of what they're supposed to do. They just do not want to conform to it. Is when you just totally abandon it, anarchy, to that of what you're supposed to practice. So that makes a distinction, and I'll let you go through outlaw and see what you think is necessary to be said about that.
This is outlaw, a noun. It has 3. I'm going to read all 3. A person who has been deprived of the benefit and protection of the law. A person under a sentence of outlawry.
Can you speak up so everybody can hear you?
I apologize. A person who has been deprived of the benefit and protection of the law. A person under a sentence of outlawry, not that one. A lawless person or habitual criminal, especially a fugitive from the law. Third one is international law. A person, organization, or nation under a ban or restriction because it is considered to be in violation of international law or custom. And that's what I was thinking of, 3 international law, because when we dealing with this movement, we dealing with international law. And you was talking about custom, so that would be a part of that constitutional psychopathic inferiority. And I wanted to use that because that's not a word that I would probably even use, but I at least know that I can attach it with something, so when I hear it, I don't have to be all bewildered. I know what they're talking about, you know, on my degree. Islam?
I have a question.
Why
would can somebody answer me? Because I need you to tell me. Constitutional psychopathic inferiority.
Because that means antisocial behavior.
All right.
The psychopathy is antisocial behavior.
All right.
And it refers to the principle that every being in their very nature, meaning that the fundamental, though it's not saying that, the implication is that every living being in their fundamental nature actually truthfully knows right from wrong. And you have a duty to society at large. That's why international law is all people are held to that. Because it's in your nature. In other words, no one really needs to teach you right and wrong.
Islam.
You already know it. It is genetically coded into you. And it is a known factor. And when you counter that, you're not only violating others, you're violating yourself. This is where that the state, when it's in its proper order, has the divine power to get rid of you if you insist on violating the law.
Islam. Also, that would go with rebel.
Right.
You're rebelling against what you know.
True.
And when you do that, you cause a lot of dis-ease, not only to yourself, but to others, because of that cord that we connected. And so that's why we have to do what's correct. That's why I said Moors are men upright. When they talk about upright, talking about custom, they talking about character, they talking about behavior. All true Moors will. And that's when I said choice last week. I think that it was misconstrued because I didn't clarify it. And so I want to make a speedy reparation. I want to clarify it. When we become true Moors, we don't have a choice, because guess what? We are the law. We don't go like, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do this. We're going to just do just what the higher self do.
Right to do.
And that's what I mean when I say we don't have a choice. And when we start thinking like that, then we'll know we don't have a choice. We can't keep thinking, well, I got a choice, I can do this. No, all true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. And it's just that simple, because we keep choosing, and the prophet already told us what we have to do. It's in our DNA what we have to do. It said that we was made in the image and after the likeness of Father God Allah. That's the right in us. So we don't need to be making a choice. It's in you, so do what you know is right. Islam.
Islam. That's why I'm going to piggyback on that. It says, do what thy soul dictates to thee, but then again, know thyself.
Know your soul.
So you have a responsibility to know yourself and follow that. I want to read religion. Oh, Queen.
I rise and I give praise to Allah, the great God of the universe. I give honor to you all. This is an interesting topic. I'm going to read outlaw, and we all understand and see things from our own perception. And the last definition, she could explain outlaw as international law, a person, organization, or a nation under a ban. And so although ban means restriction, this is also a banner. And so I want to tie it into my understanding, because according to religion, as you say, he had instituted laws for the government of the world He hath wonderfully buried them in all beings, in each by his nature or his sign or his makeup astrologically conformeth to his will, not of his own, but of his will. And so if we all demonstrate our own measure, we'll actually be the force of Allah. And so when it says under a ban, we're right now under this ban. Outside of constitutional form of government, outside of international law. This is why they don't recognize the Moorish American flag, which goes back to our nationality and our birthright. And so this is an international venue here, whereas this is not. And so we've been restricted according to our national standard and status as Moorish Americans. We've been restricted, we've been banned. Thereby they have been instituting this banner for us as the law. And we know this is not a flag, this is a banner. It's a ban. So there's limited jurisdiction within this banner. And so they were given limited jurisdiction and power. And so whenever you deal with these two flags, the Moors have sovereign power and authority in this landmass of Mexico, whereas the 5 European nations, they have limited jurisdiction and power. This is why they cannot institute and tell us how we should function in our land. This is why the treaty was enforced. The treaty was enforced to set those standards and those limits. And so because we've been banned, we have been outside of our own constitutional fold. We've been given their last names. We've been living according to their custom. And the Prophet Muhammad said, we do not wish to amalgamate Islam. And we've been amalgamating because we're under a ban. We're under maritime law. And that's the ban, this banner. Islam.
Hit that. That's on. You just write that down.
Stank on it.
I'm telling you. That's a good one.
Islam. Let me add on to this real quick. Even under this banner, it's still a sanction of power. And the agreement, this represents an agreement as well. Even under this agreement, common law is still the venue.
Absolutely.
And the agreement was not to abandon the common law, even by them flying this banner.
That's right.
So we still can hold them to this banner and to common law and to the Constitution and treaties at the same time. Because this does represent peace and amity.
Islam.
Islam.
Yeah.
And one of the issues, Islam, and one of the issues that we've had, you're absolutely correct, Van Sheik, in what you just said. And the problem is that a lot of our people, whenever we come into this information, not knowing to understand what the Prophet has brought to us because of a misunderstanding what the Moorish Science Temple was actually dedicated to. So we have a lot of our people, especially because of the way the planets are rotating, because a lot of people just come into consciousness not even understanding why. And so a lot of people want to go through the sovereign fight, want to be sovereign. And the problem is that they're fighting from a patriot stand of view. Using UCC law, going fighting this from a patriot stand of view. And yes, although that's what they use, and they have salvation in that. But however, that is not our status and jurisdiction. So I tell brothers and sisters that yes, understanding UCC, yes, that's dealing with contract law, but the first issue at law in any venue is your status. That will determine the court of law in which that matter is heard before you get into any subject matter. And so even if you want to deal with UCC contracts, whatever, status is the first issue. And so yes, we can hold them to this. But again, this is not applied to us because there's limited power within this. And our status as sovereign Americans is absolute. And so yes, we use this to hold them to theirs, but what are we using to hold ourselves to ours? This. And so we must understand our divine creed.
Because that's the status.
Islam.
And we follow mothers and fathers civilization, and their salvation depends upon us.
Exactly.
And so we don't understand this becomes silent. And so if the mother and fathers have been subjugated and impressed, then how can the children, because keep in mind, all nations, all flags came out of the mother flag here.
Yes.
That's right.
So if the mother flag here has been suppressed and is enslaved in bondage, that means her children are up for grabs. Even the European. So this is why they're able to be subjugated and usurped, because the mothers and fathers are dead. So every nation on the planet is up for grabs and able to be denied rights. And so until the mothers and fathers wake up, every nation will suffer slavery.
Islam.
Islam.
You need to write that down too.
Sure did.
That's on.
Islam.
Islam.
Praise Allah. I got to absorb that first. Islam, Moors.
Islam.
Religion. Piety. Conscience. Now, conscience. That's conscientiousness, but conscience, conscientiousness. Scrupulousness. To bind back, and to bind together. Others derive religio from religigear, to gather and to collect, making the primary meaning a collection. And then more specifically, a collection of religious formulas. And it's a system of rules of conduct and laws of action based upon the recognition of and the belief in the reverence for a superhuman power of supreme authority, and specifically a particular kind of faith and practice entertained and propagated by its devotees. And so it's the essential observances and practices of a religious people. Let me see. Spiritual purity as distinguished from intellectual and social characteristics. Conscientious scruples, devotion to consistency, as it is against my religion to grant such a request, as an example. And so the conscientiousness, dealing with scruples, principles, and laws, i.e. customs of a people secured, that's what religion is. So it's law, order, the collective together, and governmental principles. And then it has connotative meanings here and other examples. Now, established religion is a form of religion recognized and approved officially by a state or government. Natural religion, religion derived from the teachings of nature alone. Those are good examples. They'll give you a solidity and give you a good foundation. So basically, and the good thing about that, even though there's more could be said, is that religion, for the most part, is not what the masses out there have been taught it is. And that's for sure. And one thing that we must be clear on is what it actually is, what Islam is. It is actually conscientiousness, conscience, connecting, science, and the act of it, or the initiating of it, conscientiousness. And so it's rules, laws, and customs preserved, brought together, package that constitutes a creed. That's religion. Is there anything else?
No, go ahead.
All right. That was on, sis.
It sure
And
was.
I'm glad that's on tape.
Yeah.
Well put, well put.
And we need to analyze things like that more often. That is the standard. And I'm glad, that when we came to class this morning, because that's a confirmation of what we should be about, of how to understand this movement. It must be broken down. And this is a good experience for the children, and particularly if they grow in an atmosphere like that, because they will pick it up, and it'll be natural to them. It won't be something that they will hear later on and try to adjust themselves to, because it'll be a part of them when they're young. And so I want to give acknowledgement for that, because that was really on time. It was beautiful. It should be done. It should be so normal, and it's just so pleasing to hear that. So I'm glad to be here in this temple to experience that, because that's what's needed in the temple. And if that was done with the prophet's work, we wouldn't be in the promised land today. Because Drali laid all of this down for us a long time ago, decades ago, but people got afraid of knowledge.
No, just sitting there.
Since you opened this up and you brought this over to the track, my attention, we want to use it.
Yes.
So I'm looking at here, liberty of the press, the right to print and publish the truth from good motives and for justifiable ends. And I'm thinking again when Drali say the most powerful weapon in the hands of our group today is the press. And look at this too, because he just happened to bring this over here. Liberty of the press. And say right, liberty of the press. liberty, freedom, rights. We're trying to liberate our people. This movement is about liberation. And Noble Drawley said, and made mention to this great and grueling task for universal justice, i.e. liberty. And I was also thinking, when we were making certain responses about statements being made about us applying to issues of civil rights, which was a diversion in our arguments with civil liberties. Dealing and by not even challenging that, we would have acquiesced to actually a 14th Amendment venue, which is contrary to our own customs.
True.
I.e., which is why I know Drawley said the 14th and 15th Amendment would not be necessary for the salvation of my people and the citizens.
Yeah.
So little subtleties back there, like when the Queen was talking about, you know, it's important to deal with those words, to analyze those things, because you can get lost with that. Just one simple word, if you don't pay attention, they can trap you. And so they study our customs, because their government, that is really not just their government, but they're being brought into government, is due to the Moors. And because they overthrew the government, still does not make it their government. They are colored people. But they flipped the switch and called us colored people. We adopted it and actually called him white man or the sovereign, and he's been acting as sovereign in our name, going to and fro the earth, devouring nations. And so again, we have a responsibility in that. And so we must go to our conscientious mind, go back to the creed of our ancient mothers and fathers, and reinstate amongst ourselves those principles that are necessary to the conscience of man that is already bred into you of what is right or wrong, and the law hinges on that, and that is the law, i.e. the common law, common to every living being on the planet.
Islam. Let me make a note on that.
Yes.
And actually, the civil little more two status is what's synonymous with that constitutional psychopathic inferiority. And that's the Negro status. That's another term for the Negro status. And what they automatically do is assume that that's our position as constitutional psychopathic inferiority. So it's like they're charging us for that without the evaluation. Just by being of dark melanin, they automatically assume that status.
Called stereotype.
Yes. So anytime we walk up in the courtroom or demonstrate anything according to the Constitution, they assume that our status is inferior to that Constitution. They assume that we're an inferior people because that's what Negro is, inferior.
Because it is a beast.
Exactly. So they assuming that we're already inferior to the Constitution. So then when we state a constitutional claim or claims to come under the protection of the Constitution, they say, well, y'all don't have no rights, or we're not acknowledging that, because they're not really saying that they don't acknowledge the Constitution. They're saying that they don't acknowledge us making our own constitutional claim. It's a difference. They won't admit that to you, but they still go by the Constitution. A brother called the other day and says, well, I was told because of the bankruptcy that the Constitution, they don't have to go by the Constitution no more because there's been a new deal dealing with the bankruptcy. So now they go by the bankruptcy laws. I said, well, if you know constitutional law, then we don't even have to have that discussion. I says, if that's the case, then how come recently and every day, and with this past election with Condoleezza Rice and them coming to office, they had to take an oath to support the Constitution of the United States. I said, if they don't go by the Constitution, why would they still make that mandatory and custom to take an oath to uphold it? I said, people just saying, it's like going right back after that Patriot material. If the Patriots say this, then we chase that and say that that's what's going on.
Running away from the law.
And some of that stuff, the corporate U.S. is behind that Patriot movement.
Yes.
They fund the Patriot movement, and they put some stuff out because it's bait.
To distract you.
Some of the stuff in the Patriot movement is absolutely the same, and same argument Will made. Some of it is tainted, and it's been incorporated into the Patriot information as bait. So they say you take the good and you're going to take the bad. The bad is what's going to turn around and hurt you. So even though you might take the good and apply it, that bad is going to disqualify the good. We must understand that. That's another reason why our customs are so important. Islam.
So we talking about inalienable rights when we go into any venue to use. When you were saying they look at us as civilly the mortis, dead in the eyes of the law. Goes back to the literature. What shall we call them? And they're going to challenge to see if we spending time in that up-to-date library. Say 2 hours, but we know that it's way more than 2 hours. But they're going to challenge you to see if you're really on your square, because what you got to do is proclaim your nationality, and that's why the prophet had Act 6, divine constitution and bylaws and additional laws, because we need twice, to remind us that we have to proclaim our nationality, and that will declare our status, and that will say if we can use the Constitution, our inalienable rights, come and hear the truth about your nationality and birthright. Islam.
And that's so true, because to declare your nationality is to declare the law. To declare your nationality is not just name, and this is where a lot of people don't understand about this movement, because it's a declaration of the principles that acknowledge the nationality in its relationship with other nations. And so the nationality is sort of like the name, being the nationality, is simply the carrier, or almost like what you call a seed. But what it is given out is the essence of that seed, what it contains, and that is the law. This is why I say you are the law. And this is why it's also say if you're not in your proper person, you have no standing at law. And so this is really great, the way you're bringing up these issues, yourself and Queen Nika, because what it does, it starts to tie these things together, and then people can begin to see its relationship, the purpose why nationality is important, why Noble Drew Ali says you must do what? Go back to those national principles. And I think a lot of times people think nationality, and they principles is a secondary word that they say in a lower voice. My nationality and principles, and they must go together, because it enhances that. And what happens is, for so many generations, people have been have found a comfort level of saying, I'm Moorish American, and then that's where they are, and not recognizing that without the national principles, basically in its real function, it has very little political power or use for you, because you must exercise it. And the exercising is the principle. Once you know who you are, you know that. There's nothing to prove there. Now you must exercise the principles to demonstrate to the world that you are what you said that you are, because the principles go with it.
Yes.
It is no different than saying that you're a doctor and then you can't perform or fix anything. In other words, the demonstration declares, and that's what a declaration is, because a declaration is a publicly made, firmly made statement. So let's look at what declaration is. But first I'm going to read Psychopathic. Any disease of the mind. This is what's saying, dis-ease of the mind. Insanity. Yes. Speak while I'm looking at this.
Islam. And camelback off of that psychopathic, constitutional psychopathic inferiority. One evaluation they use in court to determine that is called a 730 evaluation. Some of you are already familiar with that. Those does not write that down. Because that's used to determine your competency to even bring law in the courtroom.
What's it called?
730.
730 evaluation.
Oh,
you know how they say 730 mean crazy?
Yeah.
But crazy not meaning, crazy meaning in law incompetent.
Right.
So even though you might be right, they're saying that your delivery, your conveyance, your customs. See, the court has a custom as well. And this is a great topic. Let's stay there for a minute. The courtroom has a custom. So you must know the custom of the courtroom also to go in there and say that you're in propria persona, or even if you're saying you represent yourself. To even argue law in the courtroom, you have to show that you're competent to do so, regardless of how much you know. If you can't convey that, they will classify you under 730, which means the same thing as that constitutional inferiority. Means that you're abandoning the custom of the courtroom. So you can't come into the courtroom and make an argument when you already abandoned the procedure or the common usage of the courtroom. Meaning it's no different from order or religions and all that teach it. You know, speak when spoken to, raise your hand when you want to speak, all that type of thing. That's a custom, and that's dealing with order. If you, same thing when the magistrate is speaking and you just want to blurt out something without saying I object, then he can charge you with being incompetent because you don't know the custom of the courtroom because you're supposed to say I object without being in any disrespect of the courtroom's procedure. So even though you might be right and he could have said something totally wrong, by you just blurting it out, you went against the custom of the courtroom. So then they still classify you under that same rule. And that's a great measure there that we need to know. Islam.
Islam. The word you used was incompetent. I'm going to court with my son, back and forth. This would be the second time. And I had conveyed to you what occurred at the court, and that's what occurred. Everything he said was correct, but he was incompetent with the language.
Yes.
Islam, with the customs, you know. And so this is why the judge, she was playing court from the, she was telling him, like, he's stupid and he ignorant, and you know, he have to get a lawyer and he can't stand pro se.
Yeah, and that's not offensive and that's not personal or emotional.
This is what,
but somebody would take it.
No, but this is what she was saying to him, and he was saying to her, well, no, I don't want to get a lawyer. I'ma stand and represent me. And she was like, what are you, stupid or something? He said, no, I am not stupid. He said, I don't need a lawyer and I don't need a public defender. And she said, well, why you don't need it? And he said, I don't need it because I don't trust them. And then she said, well, why you don't trust? He said, because they work for you.
Very good.
That's what he said to him. And she said she was really offended and she was just all upset, so she gonna give his case to somebody else because she don't like him. You know, and he said, well, I didn't.
And that's not true.
Yes.
What happens was he removed her jurisdiction.
And he said,
without her saying that.
And he said to her, well, I ain't trying to offend you, but I'm just telling the truth. You know, and so the court bailiffs, everybody was upset, and they was talking to me and asking me, like, where do I get this information from? Because I was talking to my son prior to it, and I had him sitting by me, and so she kept saying, no, he gonna come back another day. He's not gonna talk to the judge today. So my son was looking at his letter. He said it says that if I come to court, you know, I get my bail money back. That's the part he was upset about. He said, I'm here and I want my money. So she said, well, the other people not there. He said, well, why they not here? You informed me, so why wasn't they informed?
Right.
You know, so he was upset. And
He was in order.
Yeah, so and so he said, so she said, well, we're not gonna do it today, and so that's it. So we got a block.
Move for dismissal.
All right.
Yeah, no, stay there for a minute before you even go anywhere else, because we're teaching.
Yeah.
So we need to know protocol, because protocol is custom.
Islam.
All right. So you want to explain protocol?
Protocol is that everyone was summoned to be
Stand
there.
up, please. So.
The protocol was that everyone's supposed to have been there. Everyone was noticed, put on notice. And your son and yourself was there in special appearance, meaning you're not there to be challenged. You're not there to be subject to the laws or the custom of the court. But you're there with a special appearance, meaning to challenge the jurisdiction of the court. You know, and that's what we do. We let our documents precede us. We ask for bill particulars because we're going to challenge the jurisdiction. What is the nature of you wanting me to come in? I'm not giving up any jurisdiction in doing so. And so if your son was not present, they would have put out a bench warrant for him. And so the same goes for them as well. But because they work for each other, it's a conflict of interest. And so at that moment, she was supposed to have dismissed the case because the parties weren't there. And according to the Constitution, you have the right to face your accuser.
Islam.
Right. And so when he wasn't there, and because you couldn't face your accuser, you moved for a direct dismissal.
All right.
I moved this court for dismissal.
Inform him to remove, but he was on point. He asked him. He was saying, "Why am I here?" He wanted to know why he was there because when she kept saying what the charges was, he like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I need to know why I'm here." But she's like saying, well, I'm going to tell you why you're here. And she told him, he said, I still don't understand what you're talking about.
That's why she was able to move. That's why she was able to move it to another court, because it wasn't dismissed and closed. So now your son got to go through the whole motion again.
Yes.
You know, because he didn't close it. He didn't dismiss it. He dismissed it. She wasn't been able to travel to change the jurisdiction of it.
All right.
So she tried it. She got off on that. But it's all right. He'll do the same thing and he'll dismiss it this next time.
So that's the procedure that we would follow on tomorrow, because we had left. We had left the court, and he said, I don't feel right in my spirit. We had walked the block. He said, I got to go back, address the court clerk, and tell him that I must speak to the judge today. So he did that. She went up there, and she told him, and she said, well, just tell him he's going to be last. And he said, all right, I have all day. And so he just sat down, and he waited to see her. And she just was just very disrespectful, and it really like feelings and emotions came in, because he had never been disrespected, you know, in a court or publicly, because everybody that meets him, they fond of him. So he's like, why did she say I'm rude or disrespectful, and I'm not that person? You know, I said, well, to her you are, because you're not acting like a nigga. See, when you come in and you in civility or mortgage status, they didn't want to like it. You just agree, I'm guilty or I'm not guilty. But he never made a plea of guilty or not guilty, and she kept saying he had to, but he didn't. He said he will not make a plea to something. He said if he say he's not guilty, that'd be saying that he aware of it. He said he's not saying he's guilty or not guilty, because he's not.
And he did the right
Islam. And let me explain something on that as well. Sometimes we don't get charged for what we're there for. And this is very important, that they might try to, for example, by him acquiescing to not dismissing the case, what it does is it shows his mental level. And they might try to get him in competency on that alone, without even using that charge or saying it. But when they roll, sometimes they roll because you show by what you express in court that you're incompetent. Meaning that protocol and procedures is anytime you sue somebody, they're going to countersue, and their countersue is to dismiss the case for the grounds of the failure to state a claim. So therefore, that's a dismissal. Anytime somebody brings you to court, you automatically move for a dismissal. So if the other party didn't show up, that's automatic grounds for dismissal. Being that he didn't say that, she know he don't know that. Being that she know he don't know that, now that gives them grounds to say, well, we're going to get him for something. Because he really doesn't know. So they're not going to jeopardize, and they're not just going to let somebody go because they was almost there.
Yes.
Because they have nothing to fear. They know if he don't know that much to dismiss it, they don't fear him coming back later and suing them. Because there's a lot of steps that he needs to go before. They're looking at this. For example, he's just starting, he knows a little something, his mom's just teaching him a little something, but being that he didn't raise the issue to dismiss, he's still got another couple years of studying. Therefore, even if we roll, he's not going to do nothing. He don't know how to appeal.
Alright.
You understand? So they look at your mental level by what you say and what you proclaim when you're there. They look at persona, character, national headdress, all of that. And to them, they do an evaluation on that, and then they determine how the outcome of the case is going to be. So from the door, you move for dismissal. For the grounds of lack of jurisdiction, call it the one of jurisdiction.
Yes.
Means the prosecutor failed to state a claim. Meaning, if anybody is not there on the prosecution side, the prosecutor still failed to state a claim.
Right.
Because the prosecutor is supposed to call all witnesses that he has to defend his position.
That's right.
So if I'm the prosecutor and I'm just trying to sue you, I come to court with my paperwork, this is my key witness, but he's not there. Guess what? That's automatic ground for a dismissal. Because my key witness is not here. So therefore I cannot state my claim because my witness is not here. And the Sixth Amendment says you have the right to face your accuser. And all witnesses to be confronted against you. Stating the nature and the cause of the accusations. If any of that information is not present, automatically it is dismissal. And if it's not a dismissal, then you have grounds to appeal that. Even if she adjourned it to another venue,
yes,
you can appeal her decision. See, we look at appeal as it was a verdict, it was a judgment, and I was found guilty, so I'm going to go appeal that. But that's not necessarily what an appeal is. If she goes against anything you say that's right, and says, oh, well, we're going to schedule this for 2 months down the line, after you already raised the issue for dismissal. Even though the case is not over, you still can appeal that decision she made, and it may not even hit the court again.
All right.
So you can appeal whatever decision is made. For the judge being incompetent to even handle the issue, because she acquiesced to common law or to the laws. Islam.
Right, just in line with what you were saying, I was going to say almost similar same thing. Even though that matter has been, taken place already, couldn't he get a discovery of the acts that have taken place and who all were present in the discovery from the courtroom on what happened that day, and write an affidavit in response to that although it wasn't on record dismissed, but make an affidavit in response to that and dismiss it, certified receipt, mail it to them, that he's going to dismiss it on written record, and this way if he has to go to the other jurisdiction he can present that to raise our argument. It's sort of like an appeal.
Well, you can do that, but it might not be acknowledged. The reason why, and I'm going to get it to us in this book here, whatever argument that you don't raise on record, you waive. Write that down, the word waive. Anything that you waive doesn't count. Meaning that, can you look up that word wave?
No, I understand.
No, I know you understand. I'm throwing it out there.
No, I'm just saying it can help him more because
he agreed to another venue or another proceeding.
Yeah.
The way he agreed was by acquiescing or not objecting to the procedure that they went by.
And that's going to be on the record. So
that's on the record. So when that gets appealed,
they're going to look at that.
They look at that and say, well, he waived his right to due process of law.
Yeah. When you say waive his right, you're talking about with the proper language, because he also told the judge he don't know why he coming. He said, why don't I come back? I have the right to pay. He didn't go to the amendment and say amendment, but he said everything correctly. But he couldn't say, well, according to the Constitution, this, that. He don't know why he coming back. I'm here. This is what she told him. She said, this is the procedure of this court. Yeah. We sent you a letter to come. How you know we sent them a letter? She said, we might have just want to see you come, just see if you gonna come and then send them a letter. He said, no, that ain't how I go. Yeah. This is what he talking to us. So now she's gonna subpoena the parties, she said, to come into court. And he's like, no, just like you sent me a letter, you sent them a letter.
True. And to avoid that, anytime you go to the courtroom, you're supposed to send your documentation first. To raise that. That's what she was saying, bill of particulars or whatever. That's supposed to be done prior to you even, as soon as you got a summons. Procedure is this. Like a big brother, when I was speaking to you the other day. You receive this summons in the mail or whatever. You write on there, refusal for cause without dishonor, UCC 3-501. You send that back within 3 days. What that means is you're refusing this instrument, and the cause why you're refusing it is for anything stated under UCC 3-501. Improper service, don't wish to contract with you, not within your jurisdiction, all of these terms. But UCC 3-501 meaning that you're refusing the contract. I do not wish to contract with you. Stipulations under that is 3 days is in honor. Meaning being faithful and not being in dishonor. I'm sending it back to you within 3 days to keep the faith. I just don't wish to contract with you. I'm doing that within 3 days. I'm letting you know that I don't wish to contract with you within a reasonable amount of time. If I wait 2 or 3 weeks to send it back, now they assume that you do wish to contract with them. Now when you raise that argument later, then they would say, well, we assumed that, that it was going to be normal procedure. We assumed that you accepted our procedure at this point. You understand? Yes. So you have to stipulate, that's the protocols, that's the custom. And law is a custom. So we're talking about the regular administration of the law. It's called, another term for this is due course of law. this is procedure of law. And like you said, that he might not have known the language when he was there, but that's where it comes into ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Yes.
So everyone, not unless you're a minor or under the age, all right, everyone is obligated to know constitutional order, because the law, the courts is governed by the Constitution, supposed to be. So by you being a citizen or a member of this republic, you're supposed to know constitutional law. And if you know that, when you go to the court, then you can be in the order with dismissal, I object, all of that, because we're supposed to study that. That's why we have civic classes. So say for example, if your son was here, he would have known how to defend that position. Islam? Islam, grandfather.
Islam. Oh, so if you sent it after the 3 days and you sent it like the 7 days with this the same thing, the refusal of dishonor, and you send your affidavits and indigenous status, does it still work after the 7 days where they gave you 15 days to send the ticket in?
Yes, if time is stated. And even that is reasonable time, meaning that you still have an argument. Technically, if it's in reasonable time, though 3 days is sure.
That's good faith.
In other words, that's absolute good faith. But 7 days is still reasonable. You can still put up an argument. You know, because it's not like you waited months or something like that, or something like that. Let me read waiver to you.
True, and let me just touch upon even on that.
Yes.
You if you read the back of a ticket or a citation, right, it'll tell you that if you want to plead guilty, you can just mail in your fee, whatever the fee is for that guilty plea, right? They said if you wish to contest it, which is the same word as challenge, or if you don't wish to contract, it says you must notify the court within 7 days of the court appearance as listed on the ticket. So the reason why, because if you're going to contest it or come to court and challenge it, then 7 days prior to gives them the proper preparation they need to deal with the issue. Set up a court date or however they want to bring witnesses in, notify the cop, because they still, if you're going to contest it, they got to notify all parties for their defense. So if you just don't answer or don't do anything and come to court on that day to argue the ticket, then that's really what they would call
Incorrect.
What's the insubordination?
That's contempt.
Contempt of court.
Right.
Because you came in to challenge something when protocol was to notify first.
Right.
Right? So your question is, if you didn't do it after the 3 days, can you still do it? Grand Shatai answer that. Yes, you can. But it might be taken as it wasn't in honor or in good faith. So they might use grounds to just want to argue the issue in court. It don't mean you're guilty. It just means now you got to go to plan B and just step it up. That's the only thing it means.
And let me waiver, and this would be related to that too, because even if you don't do it in time, it's considered a waiver. And waive, it is to relinquish, to forsake, and not to insist on or claim. In law, to relinquish voluntarily as a privilege or right, to throw away as stolen goods by a thief in his flight, put out of the protection of the law. So that means if you don't claim it, and it's back to even with the nationality and the principles, if you don't declare or claim it, it's a waiver, and a waiver is also an abandonment. And so look up in the law dictionary, waiver and abandonment, and put them together. And that'll give you a good teaching tool for the younger brothers. So waiver and abandonment is the same thing. So abandonment is from a law position, you threw it away, so now you can't claim it if somebody else took it up. And they're not bound to give it back to you.
Islam. Look up the word object. And that goes in harmony with how, now we want to get into how not to waive your inalienable or substantive right. How not to waive that. There's a 4th edition here if you want to look it up.
I'm looking at this one while I'm looking at that. That way we've got both advantages.
And this is not always in the courtroom either. This is anywhere. It could be conversation with anybody. You just let somebody say some okie doke to you. Oh, nationality, that stuff don't mean nothing. You don't really need that. And then y'all just change the subject and go to something else. You just waived it. His claims stand at that point, even though it's not true. His claims stand because you didn't object to it and correct them. So that's acquiescence as well. So it's not always in the courtroom.
And the principles never change.
Never change.
Regardless the venue.
So you have object?
Yes. Object. Noun, a person or thing to which thought, feeling, or action is directed. The natural object of one's bounty.
No, you're reading you're reading that from
an object, from a thing.
Like an object?
As
a noun?
Yes, you want me to do the verb?
Object. Yes.
Okay. To state in opposition, to put forward as an objection. The plaintiff objected that the defendant's discovery requests were overbroad. To state or put forward an objection, especially to something in a judicial proceeding. The defense objected to the testimony on the ground that it was privileged. Objector.
Yes. I'm going to read mine out. That was out the 7th edition. I'm going to read this one out of the 4th edition. In legal proceedings, to object to the admission of evidence is to interpose a declaration to the effect that the particular matter or thing under consideration is not done or admitted with the consent of the party objecting, but is by him considered improper or illegal, and referring the question of its property or legality to the court.
It's making it known. In other words, like, in layman's terms, it is that if you know something is wrong or is disagreeable to you or not true in your process of the court, you don't wait to argue it later. You object. Say, I object. Failure to do that is a waiver and an abandonment, and they can proceed even if in issues of jurisdiction or issues of proceeding with an argument of their claim.
So when you don't object to it, it kind of neutralizes your effect and bring the issue up later on.
It's exactly right. So therefore, it's important to understand your civil responsibility so that you don't have that trepidation or fear thinking that you don't have the right to do that. Because a lot of times people, if they're in the concept of mind that they don't have the right to do that or that they need the judges or someone else's favor to do that, then they've failed themselves. That's a waiver too. So that's what it means when it says if you don't know your rights, you don't have them. You know what I mean, Brother Ben Bada? You know, like that rolls.
You know, that's something because I have a first edition Black Law Dictionary, and I see others getting something from a fourth edition Black Law Dictionary. Then I see something of 7, 8, and if a judge or some people ask where you getting information in different dictionaries changes, can they object? Like, well, the first law dictionary, it doesn't mean what it means now because this is in the 7th or the 8th edition. Can they object all the other ones?
That's really interesting because that you should say that because I was writing about the very same thing this morning on the computer, and that is this. That's why it's important to understand words, and words have power. Because first there was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The root word, or the mother, never changes, no matter the connotation. And that's what your answer was. And so when they come at you like that, what it meant first is what it always means. And whatever usages or customs may come later and be layered upon it has no superior power than the origin. Back to the point that we are the mothers and fathers of civilization. Declare your nationality. We are the law. What you said is the law. When it was, that's what it remains. I.e., that's why we always remind people, whether you use uniform commercial codes or anything else, even though they're ancient rules of operation, this order of government was set up with a republican form of government and a constitution. Hold them to it. The dictionary, Black's Law Dictionary, as an example, is of ancient and modern jurisprudence. And guess what? It stands. And the other deal is when they challenge, when the judge or a prosecutor asks you, well, you know, like where did you get that from, i.e. questioning that. Say, I got that from a knowledge of your obligation to uphold the Constitution.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
It's
And provide an open office to support that.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're telling him in word first. You're putting him on notice, right?
In other words, what you did, you didn't go say, I got this out of this dictionary. I got this. No, that's law. If it was in a law book, it's his obligation, her obligation.
Islam. Explain the validity of what he asks, because I think it's like he's asking, do they have a right to challenge where you got it from? Not really
Yeah,
the book.
I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
No, I didn't misunderstand that.
Wouldn't that be subject matter to even go into, like, where you got it from and the validity of the book you got it from?
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes. I just want him to understand.
Indeed. And just like, and it's back to the point, just like when you walk into a courtroom and they hold you responsible to know your rights, they're already responsible to know the law because they have an oath to it. You didn't. As a matter of fact, by law, as long as you're intelligible relative to what you're expressing, meaning that, oh, the dog bit my hand. If you can get that out, they can't pretend that you were unintelligible and that somebody else has to say that for you. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the judge has an obligation to law. You don't have to explain to them where you got anything. In other words, the courtroom, there's no obligation of you to teach that judge or any other officer of that court law. So you don't have to explain anything. That's why I went back, because I understood where he was coming from. That's why I went back and says, I got this from a knowledge of knowing your obligation to enforce the Constitution. Because that's really what it's related to. Because law books are in support of the common law and gives you terms of ancient and modern jurisprudence relative to the language. It ain't for you to tell them what it means. When they give you stuff, they give you codes. Do they tell you what it means?
No.
Oh. So you have that same right. You understand where I'm coming from? So I understood basically that's why I said what I said. But that way you do have a verbal response and not a diversion. But at the same time you didn't subjugate yourself. Islam.
Also, to add to that, that also is a trickery that the magistrates use to try to establish jurisdiction. They will ask you a question that's not pertaining to the matter, even though it sounds like it pertains to the matter. But the trick is to get you to answer. Because once you answer, now you come on the defensive side and you agree to the jurisdiction at that point. And that's what I first recognized when you asked that question. It's like I objected in my mind already to the question because I know that they use that trickery and I've seen it done. I've seen somebody says I'm making a special appearance in propria persona. Just propria persona, I'm not familiar with that. Can you spell that, please?
You should answer no.
No, but hold on, I understand. But I seen a Moor get tricked up trying to spell it and couldn't spell it.
Oh,
that is subject matter. Because remember, they disguise a lot of this legal terminology under Latin,
yes,
which most of us are not familiar with. So we quote Latin terms. There's just one judge. He already hit. He already know the Moors come in battle, so he trip him up every time. He waiting for him. He's sitting there like this. So he's appropriate. How do you spell that? For the record, can you write this down, please? Just playing with his stenographer or whatever. The brother couldn't spell it. So automatically it threw him off of his game. So he felt like he lost at that point. So now the judge just hitting him. Well, you incompetent and da 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 da. And he can't defend himself no more because he feel in his mind he lost already.
Yeah.
Because he felt like he failed, he couldn't answer this question.
They broke him down.
So the judge broke him down and started hitting him. So the thing is, my thing is, don't even go into any questions. If you do answer a question, you answer it with the question. But you don't answer a question. Like it says, that fez you got on red, don't even answer the question.
What color does it look like?
Because it's subject matter, yes. And even that you don't really have to get into, but if you're going to answer it, learn how to answer it with a question. Keep yourself on the offense, not the defense. Because as soon as you agree to be on the defense, guess what? You become the defendant.
Yes.
Once you agree to be a defendant, you now agree to the jurisdiction. So first of all, you're never a defendant. They have to prove that you're the defendant first, meaning that parties involved in the matter, identity, name and nationality, all that has to be established first before you even agree to be a defendant. So you can't challenge being a defendant and then answer a question. As soon as you answer the question, you just agreed to be the defendant.
So I'm raising my hand because I wanted to make a clarity with that, to make it real clear. As the brother Bambata asked, when he asked the question, what do you say? And of course, Taj gave an intelligent answer to that, but the question that we now ask, sitting here, is, do we answer it or not?
That particular question?
Yeah, that particular, any question that may be asked like that, you know, where'd you get that from? Do we answer it or do we not answer it? Or if we do answer it with a question. What is it that one would do?
You want to respond?
Because we're getting two. It's like, don't answer it because it's subject matter and therefore it puts you automatically in the defendant position. Or answer it and say what you said, which is, it's knowledge from the
Well,
Constitution.
I answered like that because I knew where they were going with it.
Right.
And it's back to the principle, it's really the safety valve of not answering off the cuff.
All right.
Meaning that if you haven't studied, you don't start answering questions. But you can answer questions without getting into the jurisdiction.
Right.
If you know
That question does not bring it into the jurisdiction because it actually throws it back at her.
Right.
Back at the judge.
Right.
Meaning because I'm actually putting the burden of responsibility back. And I still haven't, in other words, I answered the question, I didn't answer, let me back up because I'll make this very clear. Remember this. When someone asks a question, keep this in mind. The answer is yours. You do not have the burden to give a reply that's desirous necessarily to the one who asked the question. So if you ask me a question, don't try to answer my question for me.
Right.
The question was yours. The answer is mine. It is not a burden on me to please you with what the answer may be. Moors need to think that way because they need to understand the art of symboliography, the art of dealing with structured language and structured paperwork, contracts, etc. And we have to get out of the mentality of feeling that we owe somebody an answer that in our mind that we know that they're loading, trying to dig from you. And that's where we usually go, and that's where they expect the average person to go, because they expect that the average person don't know nationality and birthright, so therefore they already have a subordinate mind, and they'll usually say something that will incriminate themselves. And that's really, really the nature of that whole thing. So when you start thinking national, you always have in your mind, this is one of the reasons why in lesson 14 I opened up, keep in mind that all the judges of every state and officials in government, their obligation is to the Constitution. Now, you already know what the Constitution is because you've already studied, because Noble Drawley, that's the foundation of the Moorish movement, all right, relative to your responsibilities and civic duties. So you know that the Constitution does not give you rights. It secures the rights of the citizens. It's a contract that binds them, that puts them in check. And they took an oath on that. You didn't. They did. Laws, in terms of jurisprudence, is a guide point on where they can go or limits them in how they can execute that law. Therefore, it's their duty to already know that, not yours to tell them. Huh? So as soon as they ask you that, he was out of order, because that's his responsibility. When he's sitting up there in that judge, he already got a degree. So now you supposed to tell him what his duty is? No.
Right.
He was assuming that you didn't know that the terms of law was not his obligation, but it's your obligation to tell him so he could use that against you if you didn't know an answer that is expecting to come from you. That's why you throw it back at him. I got it from knowing that it's your obligation to uphold the Constitution and secure my rights, none of which I've waived, for the record.
Case dismissed.
I just took it a little further. I didn't come here to instruct you in what your title already demonstrates that you're supposed to know. Because the burden is not on me, it's on you. And this other deal about law, and this other deal, keep this in mind, and this deal with waivers, etc. And you gotta think this way all the time. When you're in a courtroom, and when you're in society dealing with law, because you do every day right outside, at all times, never, and this is back to the issue, even when you're talking about dismissals, etc. Tell us to your son. You're never on trial. Never look at yourself on trial, even when they have you in a position of defendant. Why? Because you know, and if you didn't know now. Every time you walk into a courtroom, if the courtroom's legitimate, the law is on trial, not you. And this is back to what Grand Sheep Nature was actually saying. So when you look at it, always think the law's on trial. The test is the law. That's why it's important for you to study. Because if you go in there with the concept that you're on trial, you already incriminate yourself. Because your mental is wrong, so therefore you're incompetent. I mean, so you understand this?
That's clear, yeah.
So very important. So I think that we should be saying that to each other very often. Whenever you go to a courtroom, the law is on trial. The judge knows that. The prosecutor knows that. But they also know that the average person doesn't know that because they don't tell people that. So I'm telling you that's a fact, that's not an opinion. The law is always on trial. That's why a jury, even if a law is on the book, and a whole bunch of stuff been going down with this law for a long time. We're talking about legitimately on the books. And we're a jury of your peers, and we don't like the way the prosecutor and the judge is administrating it. Guess what we can do? We can kill it right then. Did you know that? Now you understand why they don't want us to have jury trials, and they also don't want juries to really know their power?
Yeah, that's right.
Because a jury can literally knock the law out. In that case, I don't care if it's on the books. And guess what? And a judge by law can't override it. Now you see why judges like to prosecute from the bench? So I'm just saying that, keep that in mind. The law is always on trial. Object. This is only adding, this is an ordinary dictionary, so you see they're all in harmony. To oppose, to put in opposition, to bring forward as a charge, a matter of reproach, or censure, or in any way adverse or unfavorable. To state or to urge as an objection. To make objection in words or argument, to raise objections. All right, and the others are just other connotative things. So basically, it's implying a public announcement. Means, so if you object, be conscious to do it firmly. Swiftly, firmly, and with surety. And it'd be good that we sometimes do mock trials and teach people how to speak. Meaning that, I object. No, I object. You know,
You have to do.
can I object? Oh, object. Yep, really do. You know, I mean, you really got to be serious and firm with it. And if they sense a weakness in you, they're going to try to cut your throat because they are ruthless.
No wish to love, right? No money.
Basically, I know when you come in, you're dealing with Satan.
All right, because now why are they ruthless? Ruth was a Moabitess.
Right.
You're a Moabite. And they're in opposition to you. They are objecting to the establishment or the resurrection of the Moorish nation. So you're going to face objection and opposition, don't be surprised at it. Be prepared to fight back. Because that is your nation. That's why Ruth, mother, nation.
And you know, if I may interject, this is the perfect time. When one calls another ruthless, it is actually the most vile, lowest thing that they really say to them.
Exactly.
It really is. Rather than any some profanity, that is the worst thing that someone could say to another. You're a ruthless person.
Because when they're saying that you're ruthless,
right.
They're saying you're constitutionally what?
Logically inferior.
All right.
Psychopathic.
Exactly.
There you go.
Islam.
Islam.
I want to share everyone here on the jury situation. It's coming from out of one of the citizens' rule books, saying the right of the jury to be told of its power. Almost every jury in the land is falsely instructed by the judge when it is told it must accept as the law that which is given to them by the court, and that the jury can decide only the facts of the case. This is to destroy the purpose of a common law jury and to permit the imposition of tyranny upon a people. Hence, the jury disregarded the limited, generally conviction-oriented evidence presented for its consideration. I'm sorry. Here it is. Here. The jury has an unreviewable and unreversible power to acquit in disregard of the instructions on the law given by a trial judge, and that's in U.S. versus Doherty, saying that the jurors actually have the power to acquit or
the jury
convict.
are the power. The judge is the referee.
Yes,
now,
that's what it's supposed to be.
Now, look at this, and we must pay attention to these dynamics. Now, we also know constitutionally if there's a fine that's over $20, you have a right to a jury trial. So we already use that. Be conscious of that all the time. Teach that to other people. But look exactly, because actually that's saying exactly what I said, you know, and that's the power, and that's the point is, but yet it is written, isn't it?
Yes.
You read it, didn't you?
Yes.
That means if we didn't discuss it, it's still there, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
So if somebody did not uphold that, they waived that constitutional secured protection, didn't they?
Absolutely did.
Noble Drew Ali said, help me in my mission. So he named his mission. He really told you what his mission, you know, he said, like the prophet says, you know, he has suffered much for people not understanding what this mission is. He said, help me in my mission. Now, so a person has to think from outside. So what is his mission? To bring my people back into the constitutional fold of government, that they may learn to love instead of hate.
Live according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
And what Grand Sheik Nature wrote, but other than that, they are a stateless person. They are outside the law. What? So if they're not within the constitutional fold, they're outside of it, which makes them outlaws. So back to Queen Nika. The status must be corrected. It must be. So therefore, these things must be corrected to remove the sin from the land.
Islam.
If not, the worst is yet to come. So I'm taking little pieces, but I'm showing you how all of them tie together with everything that was said this morning.
Before you get too far, I just want to also raise another issue about the questions that we asked in court. Like, as soon as they asked the question, how we was asking, well, what do we say? Or do we ask a question? I want y'all to be familiar with the terms called federal question. All right? And this is particularly my argument, and what I'm trying to set the standard to do is you raise a federal question. Soon as you raise a federal question, that automatically removes the venue to a competent jurisdiction. Meaning that if he want to question me about what color is my guard, my question is going to be pertaining to the Constitution. Where, I would say, where in the Constitution do you derive that question from? Now, what that would do right there, stop, what that would do, being that I asked a question that determines or interprets the Constitution itself, these magistrates are not qualified and they're not sanctioned to discuss the Constitution or treaties in their courtroom. So they can't even mention the word Constitution in the courtroom. So by me asking a question that determines or that requires him to answer based on the Constitution, it automatically proves there's a diversity of jurisdiction. Now I'm gonna read what federal question means. Cases arising under the Constitution of the United States, acts of Congress, or treaties, and involving their interpretation and application, and of which jurisdiction is given to federal courts, are commonly described involving a federal question. You got that? Raise a federal, meaning that soon as you mention nationality for the record,
it's a federal question.
Soon as you mention law for the record, that's automatically a federal question. So when you ask an oath, if you ask him to interpret his oath, that's automatically a federal question. Anything dealing with Constitution is a federal question.
But they take an oath to the Constitution, so how could they not mention or be able to talk about it?
Because that court is not sanctioned. Meaning, now check it out, and let me explain this.
Okay.
The judge could be legitimate.
All right.
But the courtroom might not be.
Right.
Still gives him no jurisdiction to argue. Meaning that he could be a federal judge. If he come put on a robe and go sit at the municipal court, he has no jurisdiction at that point to ask you anything. Because the court in the venue is what you call inferior.
Yes.
So regardless of what his oath is, that court is not sanctioned to question people at all.
It doesn't carry the weight.
How do we know? By
you just know by knowing the law.
Well, so you're gonna have to say these things, and then they're gonna refer you somewhere else, so they're not gonna be able to respond correctly.
No.
That it's not a right court.
Back up. Article 3, Section 2.
Right.
Anybody have a Constitution handy?
Brother, read the Constitution. Article 3, Section 2.
Khalil got it. Article 3, Section 2.
You got it, man, bottom? You got it?
No, Khalil got it in the back.
All right.
Article 3, Section 2.
Islam says the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under the Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority to all cases affected ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state, claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof in foreign states, citizens subjects. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and councils, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions, and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crime shall have been committed, but when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed.
Islam.
Islam.
See, that's the key there, right? We all are supposed to know Article 3, Section 2. That way, we automatically know if the court got jurisdiction or not. As soon as we summons, we already know if it's competent or not. So when we go there, we already go there knowing. A lot of people go there and ask, they ask the judge for his oath, or ask them what jurisdiction is the court operating under.
We should know.
You already supposed to know that.
All right.
I don't agree with asking him that because you're supposed to know that, and it's really not his obligation to tell you.
Right.
So I suggest to know that automatically, because if you don't know and you ask, he could tell you anything. So what if he tell you something wrong?
Right.
If you don't know the answer yourself, then you might have to agree because you don't have the background to measure him by.
So then you don't belong in the courtroom anyway.
That's incompetent.
Object.
Yeah.
Court of improper jurisdiction.
Yes.
Court has no jurisdiction in this matter. It's a federal question, etc. There was diversity.
Yeah, on that time when I was supposed to go for the jury duty and the part of the Zodiac Constitution that you gave me to mention when I went to see the lady. They rushed me in the back because they didn't want everybody to see what I was talking about. So I wanted the back, and I told them not signing because she said she didn't understand what it was saying, and what is this and all this. Oh, well, you should come back in April. Are you going to sign the jury duty slip? And I said, I'm not signing nothing. And she said, well, we probably send something back, and when the judge comes, then you can present all these papers to him. But I'm trying to find out now when are the time when we put the Zodiac Constitution against the
Let me
Constitution.
explain. No, the Zodiac Constitution is really Moorish culture. A lot of people really don't understand. We talk about this in other classes. But if I gave you the Zodiac Constitution, one of the lessons is in Great Seal. If I gave you the Zodiac Constitution, I would ask you, thank you, good brother. I'd ask you, is this the Zodiac Constitution? That's what I would ask you, right? You see this cover, right?
Yes, sir.
It says what? You can't see it here. What?
The Zodiac Constitution.
Right. So I'd ask you, is this the Zodiac Constitution? It's part of Great Seal test in your orientation. And you would say yes and no, because that's your answer. This is the document referring to the Zodiac Constitution, yes. The Zodiac Constitution is, you're told in Article 1 what it is. Article 1 of the Zodiac Constitution, right?
Yes.
And this is because I'm going to answer your question relative to the courtroom. Article 1, the 12 signs of the Zodiac. The Code of Mathematics scaling from 0 to 9, and the science of geometry comprise the Constitution of the living Moorish nation of North America. Is this the Zodiac Constitution? I just named the Zodiac Constitution. You see what I'm saying to you? The Zodiac Constitution is the 12 signs of the Zodiac.
That's it.
The Code of Mathematics scaling from 0 to 9, and the science of geometry comprise the Constitution of the living Moorish nation of North America. And that's the same thing you explain to people when they get confused about the Great Seal. It is Moorish science, is the Zodiac Constitution. Therefore, their first bond is to that Constitution which we drafted for them.
Right.
That too is the Zodiac Constitution.
That's right.
Because that's what is built on. And that's why you have 9 Supreme Court judges to keep it clean and keep it pure. Now you understand why the Supreme Court agrees with the Moors with the right to travel? And why the inferior courts don't want our cases to ever hit that floor? Because they lost from day one. Their issue is to block things. So I want to make that point to you. You don't need to go that far, even with the treaties. Because Article 6, Grand Sheik Nature said, read Article 6 of the Constitution. Probably Grand Sheik Nature mentioned earlier. Read Article 6. And hold me on this, Bambada, because I want to clear on that. Because these are tools that I'm giving you.
Yes, sir.
Say Article 6.
Yes, Article 6 of the Constitution for the Republic.
Article 6.
National obligations?
Article 6 of the Constitution.
You found it?
All debts and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution. That's how I always start.
Before the adoption of this
Can you read it loud so everyone can hear it? And so it can.
Yeah. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. this Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, the senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures and all executive and judicial officers both of the United States and the several states shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
So you see, they're making reference to what? Agreements, etc. before the adoption? Did the treaty come before that?
Yes.
Doesn't it enforce the treaty and preserve it? You can staple them together.
It's right there.
Now you understand this is why it's important for civic instruction, so that we can understand what we are claiming and what we're declaring when we nationalize. And these little nuances must be made very clear as people develop. Because when you go out into the world, when you separate into the world, they're not going to have the mercy on us that we have with each other when we make certain mistakes. And so we must exercise our five senses to get this thing right. And we're forgiving to each other. And so when we go out there, we must remember our relationship. That's why we also come to each other's aid. And we must be consuls to each other. They're looking for that. A Negro or black person. Straight out. Right there in the dictionary.
Black or more.
Yes. Right there, broken down. And it's a compound word, that's how they veiled it. And then another dictionary will tell you black, small case, then plus more capital letters showing you the proper noun separated from the adjective.
They're playing games with words.
Well, is wrong with us?
Yeah.
And these people call themselves scholars. It's right in a child's dictionary. It's not hidden. These people, what happens is people get knowledge and information, and because they compile information together, that constitutes a scholar. And they produce a book, and some book company gives them some finance to help keep their people actually down. And when they discover that they're wrong, rather than admit that they're wrong and change up because they got all this black literature out there, they're in the business of being in the business.
What's black literature, brother?
Oh,
black literature is dead literature. Civil literature mortus.
Literature of death.
That's what it is.
See, this definitely needs to be
video
and written
Islam.
in the book.
I gotta run it.
Now you go, wait a minute, brother, again. Here's the same dictionary. Moor, Latin, moros. Greek, moros. A Moor, moros, black or dark. A native of the northern coast of Africa, called by the Romans, from the color of their skin, people of Mauritania, the country of dark complexion people, a member of any of the African or Asian dark races, adopting Mohammedan religion and history, a Saracen or an Arab, a Negro or black. And then these scholars see that, and they already tell you black, Negro is adjective, and Moor is the noun. So which one is your identity? And where's your confusion? They even categories, they show you the part of speech. They didn't deny it, they ain't lying.
Right.
Is that we're not accepting who we are. We insist on trying to be somebody that we're not. We cast ourselves out and then accuse others of casting us out. And then faced with the evidence, because we've sealed ourselves in this damnable position, too arrogant to admit that we're wrong and change our position. So we want to get obstinate and stay in a position of dead when the man says that right there. He says what? Used with less precision, that's a nice way of saying lie or misplace it. To signify, he said the name to signify a person dark in complexion. And they said nothing about that being their identity. He's telling you right there it's a tag, it's coined. However, we know that you're referring to Moors. That's basically what they're saying. And when you're saying Negro and black, you're really what? Referring to, these adjectives are really referred to the proper noun here, the Moors.
Right.
Now what you do with that is on you.
Can you clear it up on Latino? Because this is a big thing we need to...
This is the thing with Latinos.
And Hispanic.
Latino is not a nationality. It's a language that's multiple dialectical. People who call themselves Latinos, many of them themselves that are called that, if you converse with them directly, they will say it's a misnomer. And that many of them can't even speak the language. But that's a common ground on which they communicate with each other to find a bond. But they recognize themselves as international people. They do. They really do. But the inheritance that they really mostly claim is their Asiatic African heritage. That's why you'll see what you call the Latin people. You go to their botanicas, and you'll see these candles, and you know what they'll be selling on there? Moroccan.
Yes, I see that.
Because that's the culture. You're descendant of who? Moroccans. Who are they descendants of? Moroccans. What's up with us yet? We haven't caught on yet? Even the 7-day candles that they use, that's Moroccan culture. Who's Moroccans? Al-Moroccans, Al-Moroccanos. Who them? That's us who don't want to be who ourselves. We want to be, I'm Freddie Goldberg. Well, what do I do? Well, I got to sign this because I'm Freddie Goldberg. It's going to get me in trouble. We're full of it.
Yeah.
Now, somebody logically who's making finance off us, including traders, overseers amongst ourselves, who most of them are Masons.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Get their degrees and then they say Assalamu Alaikum and have their compasses and squares on, their rings, and also have sapphire rings with Allah written on it. And then we'll play dumb with you, and you keep falling for it. When I say you, I'm talking on a plural basis. And they got your Great Seal Pyramid. What's the most important symbols in Masonry? That Fez and that Great Seal Pyramid, that Trinity. It's not hidden. The deal of it is, we honestly, as a people, can't say that nobody didn't tell us, because Drew Ali didn't told us from day one. And then soon you see the history, you see all these other organizations that's been teaching this so-called black thing, the Nation of Islam, Temple of Islam. There are branches that broke off from this movement. That's why they don't let people see Elijah Muhammad with his fez on. In some early pictures, they try to burn all them pictures up so the people wouldn't see the connection.
What is the benefit of him of not being associated
Because
with him?
people don't recognize that because they start to lie about Farad Muhammad being Allah and bringing this knowledge to the people. So they was disconnecting the connection with Noble Drew Ali because there was a sellout during that time.
But let's go a little further. Why is it that he still addresses his audience as black man? Stand up, black man.
Well, I look at it this way. It's a call to rally, and at the same time, that's a thing that he's going to have to answer to. Because they really all certainly know why they killed Il Malik when he found out. And it had nothing to do with him dishonoring the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Lamb, or the work that Honorable Elijah Muhammad did. It was a French Muslim that told him that he left home, that he wasn't visiting him.
Right.
And he knew then that the enemy was on both sides, and there was nowhere to run.
Right. Wow.
And that's why nobody really, really, really talks about the real reason they killed Il Malik. Because what he found out was a threat. Because all of the bull, all the so-called black leaders, including people in the Nation of Islam, it would have collapsed. Do you understand? Because these people, those Moors, everybody knew it. And even the ministers around him, including Elijah Muhammad, got nationality cards.
Yeah.
That's why in the Nation of Islam, they don't want people to see that picture where they have Elijah Muhammad bearing the staff with this flag on. He was a flag bearer.
Right. Uh-huh.
And guess what? All of it is documented. Not with the Moors. In this government, in the Library of Congress, you can find the whole history of the Moor Science Temple and how the Nation of Islam came out of it. It was first the Temple of Islam.
In Detroit.
And Elijah was Elijah Poole Bey. It was no secret. I was assistant minister shortly after they killed Il Malik. And when we used to open up the meetings, they used to mention Noble Drew Ali and would never go into information about him. Then later on, they never mentioned him no more.
Right, just let it fade away.
No, as soon as you started trying to get some information, then you was like hitting the wall.
Oh yeah, you do that now. At the
They still do that now.
You know, but I'm just saying that's you know, and I was assistant minister. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
And one of the things that, see, because I don't want to knock it, because, you know, I was a part of it. You know, but it's like anything else. You come to a point when you have to accept in your own heart, if you're a man, when you hit a wall of hypocrisy. What you do with it, that's on you. I stepped off because I had to grow.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? And then soon, and because I was already, when I was 7.5 years old, I already had a library. So reading and studying was nothing new to me. It's nothing that I had to be reintroduced to. So I wasn't naive. You know, I had literature, and my literature wasn't just comic books. I had document type literature, history literature, science type stuff. And so I had, you know, Bibles when King James was Prince.
I like that. Yeah.
No, seriously. Do you understand? I had books from the Jehovah's Witness when it was the Bible Tract Society from the 1800s. That if you read some of them books, you'd be thinking that you was getting stuff from us right now. That's how devastating some of that information
Bible Tract what?
Bible Tract Society with Rutherford, the Mason, who established the Bible Tract Society to correct some of the wrongs that was done in Christianity, which later became Jehovah's Witness. That's how much I know about them already. And I knew that when I was like 10, 11 years old. Because that's the kind of study I did. Because that's what interested me. But at the same time, I was young and I was unsophisticated, but I was always in conflict whenever I came into organizations because I wasn't stupid. And so my mouth would get me in trouble. Because you need to tell me something I already know. You tell me something and I go right to the Bible and this, you know. So that kept me in trouble even when I went to church, even when I was being prepared for ministry under Reverend Brown. That's what got me out of Sunday school there, because I was giving written lessons and people was developing and it was growing. And first he was taking credit for teaching me, but then what's happening, people wasn't going to the regular services. So they bumped me out. My feelings was hurt. My father was all upset because he cut Reverend Brown's hair and all that stuff. You know, this young brother and all stuff like that. But it was really because I wasn't stupid. They was threatened by the information. I didn't understand that then. Then I went to Nation of Islam, you know, ran to the same thing. But within 6 months, I was assistant minister.
Right.
But I had to learn later on that they was co-opting that.
Right.
So that I wouldn't be out of hand. But after a while, you figure things out.
That's some serious stuff. You said they was co-opting so that you wouldn't get out of hand.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, and when Betty, and this is the problem that Betty had with Malik. When Betty was trying to signify to him to take the finance, when they got wind that he was finding out the truth about nationality and the truth about the foundation of the movement, period. And because this is what basically happened. Malik,
again, everybody be safe.
Unexpectedly to many, contrary to what they may have thought because of his prior history, would not sell out.
Right.
They did not think that they would run into that wall with him. He was really sincerely and honorably the integritous person that he demonstrated that he became. He really wasn't fronting like many of them were. So when the adversity came at him, he wasn't going to take the money in the cars like all the rest of the ministers and run. So rather than be the hypocrite, he stepped off. But in doing so, he became a threat because he didn't step away. He stepped off, but he didn't step away. No, he started maintaining activities of teaching people.
Right, outside of the nation.
He's a threat because you know sooner or later that's going to come out. And that's why they started castigating his character. And that's also, truthfully, why they murdered him. That's the truth why they murdered Malik. They won't admit it. Everybody that's in the inner circle, deep inside, knows that that's a taboo subject. Nobody talks about it, but the real deal, they know that he found out about Noble Drali, all the ministers around him have nationality cards. Elijah Muhammad, all of them knowing the truth that these people are Moors, they ain't black people. He run around the world telling people black, white, and all this stuff, and calling everybody devils and stuff like that, and he's a white man.
Wow.
Himself.
Yeah, yeah. That's a hard pill to swallow.
That's when
and he recognized that this thing got to be fixed at all costs, and it can't be coming from that angle. That's why he disconnected.
Right. Let me ask you. And in addition to that, when he went to the world court and he made the argument, we feel a lot of us we feel that when he made the argument, the reason why we lost was because he made the argument from the platform of us being.
That's it. Once you understand this thing, you understand what the problem was, and truthfully, they desperately wanted him to step up.
Yeah, but because
truthfully, he wasn't supposed to be allowed that forum.
Right.
But they were aware that he was made aware of certain information, and they thought that he would seize the opportunity. He failed to do so. Doesn't take anything from his sincerity.
Right. No. Yeah.
But he failed to step up. Now, so he was afforded a forum that Ralph Bunche was not afforded. What was it, the reason with Malik that he was afforded a forum where Ralph Bunche wasn't afforded? Is because his sincerity level thought he was real.
Real quick. Anybody need something? I don't know.
Thank
you. Straight?
Are you following? Now, so as an example, this is a torn out page. So as you can see, that's a noun, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not, and so when you go into history and you go look up Saracenic history, you know that's really talking about you. You know, you're looking up Carthaginians and you're looking at Hannibal.
That's us.
And that's you. We're ancient. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? When you look at Musa, etc., you look at Ruth the Moabitess, Jesus' great-great-grandmother, they're Moors. That's why one of the first lessons they give you in Masonry when you go into the lodge, Ruth the Moabitess. When they talk about uncivilized people, they say they're ruthless. It's really not hidden in a sense that, and then we turn around and accuse this man of hiding our history, and it's really not that. We've been preoccupied trying to be somebody that we're not and trying to justify it. At every turn, when the truth is brought to us, we keep trying to go back to the brands.
Well, I'm black. Well, I'm this.
And even when you talk about, let me show you another thing. Hold on.
See, all this stuff
here we go.
Need to be a book.
That's why we do the lesson books.
Yes. That's what we need.
But see, the point of it is, truthful is, we can do what we do. What we need is people like you, truthfully, with or without us. Y'all active. All y'all needed was the facts. Do you understand? This is the danger of nationality. This is what the man's worrying about. If you get the knowledge, if you get these Masonic secrets, this is over for them.
Yeah.
Now, haven't we always been active people? Let's be real. Haven't we always filled churches, mosques, and synagogues? Let's be real.
Yes, sir.
How come we keep catching hell when we do more praying and more stuff than anybody? It's because we're wrong. The problem of it is we ain't figured out that if we keep doing the same thing and the shit don't work, excuse my expression, but my language, then that's a sign of an imbecile or an insane person. If you keep sending your children to play on 295 and they keep getting hit by a car, you got to start thinking maybe it's not the car's fault. Maybe you're sending them to play in a place that they shouldn't be. How about that? Oh no, we're wrong, not wrong, because we have a right. Well, if that's the way you feel, keep on, you know, make sure your insurance is paid up, make sure you keep on having caskets. And so I'm saying, let's go with this. I'm going to another area. Now we're dealing with architecture. And we see all these cupolas in the mosques and the synagogues and everything. And you say, well, that's what the Arab people have. We keep talking from a third-party perspective, don't we?
Right.
That's the
Don't we? Hold on. Now let's look at this. Moorish.
There you go.
Pertaining to or characteristic of the Moors. Moorish architecture. A style of architecture which the Moors of Spain and other Mohammedan nations have employed in mosques and other public artifices, called also Saracenic or Arabian architecture. So who's the Arabians and the Arabian Nights? They're Moors!
That's right. That's right.
what do we keep trying to do? Keep insisting on trying to be somebody else and talking about our own history from a third-party perspective and then accusing the world of holding us back.
That's right.
We are in violation of constitutional principles.
Definitely.
And then we have scholars paid by them to infuse that black thing on you that takes you out of civilization.
It's blind, deaf, and dumb.
Been hoodwinked. We've been had.
That's right.
Royally had. So let's see if we can find something else.
There's no escape from that black thing, man.
No, well, the whole point of it is this: what I'm saying. Any scholar, and I just took you, this is elementary school. I took it, and the reason why I came here that way because I wanted to show you really how elementary it is. And so rather than read black, first I gave you elementary grade school parts of speech. Because the part of speech automatically categories a word. So black's an adjective. It can't be your identity. You can't make it be that. Does not mean that you can't use less precision or you can't use it as connotatively and say it. You can go ahead and say it, but guess what? How unreal it is. And there's nothing that you can say can justify it because you're more. Now, if you don't want to be who you are, fine. You can't demand law to be protecting you because it don't apply to people who are not of a nation. And then you can't turn around and claim to be a nation and then turn around and call yourself black. It ain't happening. I mean, you can, but believe me, you're a ward of the state because you ain't not gonna be in the citizens.
No, that's true. You're absolutely right.
You're not gonna be the citizens of any nation because no such nation exists. Now look, we can take Kemet now. Keelan. Keelan has roughly 54 nations, and it fluctuates between 52 and 54 nations relative to suppressions, colonization, political determinations made by Spain, Portugal, the United States, Britain, that has colonies in France where they split up Morocco and the empire on that side. And so they French Morocco, British Morocco, and stuff like that, where they split up different parts of Africa on that side that they call Africa today. However, you will not find anywhere on that continent Blackadonia, Negrodina, Coloradifia. It does not exist. No such people exist. You'll not find some flag, no constitution that applies to such people because such people is not a people, it's an it. They are brand names, literally and figuratively and factually state property of the corporate states of Europeans that occupy North America, being the India Company, Pacific Company, and other companies that later formed for themselves state corporate jurisdictions. And they weren't even called states until early 1800s. So you must know the difference between the organic state and the corporate states. Now you understand why they give you the abbreviations? Because they're not organic in origin. They're not part of the republic. They're merely corporations like me and you go out and start a corporation now and say federal. Just like they say Federal Reserve, right? People assume that means government or it means the federal government. It does not. It's a private corporation.
Anybody can use that. Say federal.
It's a private corporation with its main offices in the Philippines.
Some serious stuff there, man.
It is.
They got a lot of people thinking this federal is here.
It's deception. I mean, but you can contract with them, can't you?
Oh, sure.
All right. Because constitutions don't interfere with your right to make contract, does it? Does it? But when you make that contract, guess what? When they enforce it, should you be upset because you didn't understand it?
No.
That's why they have to get you to start signing things because they have no jurisdiction until you give it. That's what they mean when they say, be careful, don't sign pact with the devil.
That is so true, man. That's real.
And meanwhile, we talk about we the founders of civilization. We know what Allah wants, and we talk about all the prophets, and we talk about ancient Egypt. And, and if you go into you deal with ancient history, and you deal with Hammurabi Bay, with the coniphone,
I'm glad you mentioned
the same economic systems that they use right now is from Hammurabi.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny? You mentioned the Hammurabi. I went into a courtroom a couple of weeks back, and it's funny that you said that because I didn't go this time when I went in the courtroom. I wasn't thinking down, so I wasn't looking down. I was thinking up, so I was looking up. And when I looked up, they had the clock of destiny. They had the 12 zodiac signs on the ceiling. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, oh, man. man, I've been in here all this time, and I've never seen this here.
And they're showing you the law.
Yeah, and he had the Hammurabi, the brother with the dreads in his beard.
Now you see the Zodiac Constitution is right there.
Yes.
Now what does it tell you? As soon as you go in the Zodiac Constitution, you hand me the first thing it says what? The 12 signs of the Zodiac. So who's out of order, brother? Now let me show you how nigger and Negro got into the language. The experiments, not in Africa on that side, in the Yucatan, in the area of Patagonia. I'm going to cut through the chase and demonstrate. Now you got all these scholars that we keep defending, keep selling our people out. Now you know about Yakub, right? Now come here, brother. Cause once you see this, come here, brother, because you're witnesses. That's a chimpanzee, right? Huh? Now you know it's a chimpanzee, right? But our people are scientists, right? And all these scholars, right? Well, what is the scientific name for the chimpanzee? And particularly one that Charles Darwin talked about, and they admit that that's their origin, etc. Huh? Right? So what's the scientific name for chimpanzee? Read it and read it out loud, brother.
Troglodyte nigger.
So where did nigger come from? And we say that we Negroes, didn't we? The Negro is Negro Yavera Areba, the black chimpanzee monkey. Now you understand why Negro the beast? Now you understand why Negro can't have any rights?
Yeah.
Because it's a beast, not part of the human family. Now you understand why the European coined us Negro, black, and colored, and we keep on trying to justify it. And Negro is Latin for black, and they both mean the same thing. Troglodyte. Hold on. We ain't finished yet. We're not finished yet, brother.
Well, you're going to have us starting some messages.
We're not finished. Now, let's look up troglodyte. Now, these are rules of using dictionaries, and we must teach it to our children so that they don't have to believe anything. This is the difference between a scientist and a believer. A believer gets things and sit on it. A scientist researches. That's what science is. Science means sense. 5 senses exercise them. That's what the single eye actually represents. It represents, and even you see that curl coming underneath the eye, it represents the nerve coming from the thalamus, from the seat of David, or the throne of David, which is the dual trine, or what is below in your pineal gland. It's a nerve that comes out just like that over the crown of your nose. Activated is called the third eye. Activated by the 6 senses. Used, activating all of your 5 senses collectively, and they become one. That's what the Cyclops mean when the symbolic, when you see the Cyclops with the eye right there.
Right.
Really represents that same eye
Third
of
eye.
all universal law or Allah. It's not a personality. Do you understand? It is the knowledge of the sun. Amen Ra. That's why prayers are ended with Amen. Amen Ra symbolized in Pharaoh, but actually the sun of this universe. In other words, this solar system itself. And atom. And we don't mean A-D-A-M, we mean A-T-O-M. First man, the building block of everything that is. That's why you got 72 blocks in the pyramid. Symbolically means 72 atoms that make up the constitution of man yourself.
That's right, brother. That's right. That's right.
It does.
Yeah.
And that pyramid represents you.
That's
physically. In a geometric form.
That's why there's a lot of significance with that great seal, man. They don't want us to tie into that great seal. That pyramid is for real.
It's yours. You reclaim what belongs to you. Troglodyte. And we all you know who the troglodyte nigger is, right? Troglodyte. Right?
Yes, sir.
One who creeps into holes, a cave dweller. Now you see the caveman? Now who's the nigger? They traded places with you, didn't they? Now why don't your scholars show you that? Now notice how we haven't really gone far. We haven't dug any, we haven't gone to any dissertations or any what you call deep anthropological books.
Right.
We're dealing with what is available to anyone who can read if they would only use the skill. Now you understand why they didn't want us to read.
Yeah, doing the
beyond what we thought. Our people think reading is being able to pronounce a word. Reading is understanding parts of speech. It's called grammatication. As an example, nomen substantivum is the categorization in grammatication, which is the essence of what names are, the vital essence of names. That is actually a categorization of the value or the categorization of names, what names actually are in their value. Your power even to use them. Truthfully. That's not in language, or that's not taught in schools anymore, because they don't want you to know that, because you immediately recognize that you've been transacting business in somebody else's name, which makes you a fraud.
Right.
So logically, they're not going to teach nomen substantivum now.
Yes.
However, that's an actual categorization of names. That's the essence of it. And it's just, so therefore, when our scholars keep talking about our people being miseducated, true, they don't need to keep saying that. They need to then turn around and give them the missing links of the information that made them miseducated. Isn't that simple? Okay. Once you've identified there's something missing, now it's your job to reinstill that. And it ain't yours. It already belongs to them. It's ancient. But they take it as their stuff. This is what our problem is. Torn out page. So as you can see, that's a noun, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not, and so when you go into history, and you go look up Saracenic history, you know that's really talking about you. You know, you're looking up Carthaginians and you're looking at Hannibal,
that's us.
And that's you. We're ancient. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? When you look at Musa, etc., you look at Ruth the Moabitess, Jesus' great-great-grandmother, they're Moors. That's why one of the first lessons they give you in Masonry when you go into the lodge, Ruth the Moabitess. When they talk about uncivilized people, they say they're ruthless. It's really not hidden in the sense that, and then we turn around and accuse this man of hiding our history, and it's really not that. We've been preoccupied trying to be somebody that we're not and trying to justify it. At every turn, when the truth is brought to us, we keep trying to go back to the brands.
Well, I'm black. Well, I'm this.
And even when you talk about, let me show you another thing. Hold on.
See, all this stuff
here we go.
Need to be a book.
That's why we do the lesson books.
Yes, that's what we need.
But see, the point of it is, truthful is, we can do what we do. What we need is people like you, truthfully, with or without us. Y'all active. All y'all needed was the facts. Do you understand? This is the danger of nationality. This is what the man's worrying about. If you get the knowledge, if you get these Masonic secrets, this is over for them.
Yeah.
Now, haven't we always been active people? Let's be real. Haven't we always filled churches, mosques, and synagogues? Let's be real.
Yes, sir.
How come we keep catching hell when we do more praying and more stuff than anybody? It's because we're wrong. The problem of it is we ain't figured out that if we keep doing the same thing and the shit don't work, excuse my expression, by my language, then that's a sign of an imbecile or an insane person. If you keep sending your children to play on 295 and they keep getting hit by a car, you got to start thinking maybe it's not the car's fault. Maybe you're sending them to play in a place that they shouldn't be. How about that? Oh no, we're wrong, not wrong, because we have a right. Well, if that's the way you feel, keep on, you know, make sure your insurance is paid up, make sure you keep on having caskets. And so I'm saying, let's go with this. I'm going to even another area. Now we're dealing with architecture. And we see all these cupolas in the mosques and the synagogues and everything. You say, well, that's what the Arab people have. We keep talking from a third-party perspective, don't we?
Right.
That's the
Don't we? Hold on. Now let's look at this. Moorish.
There you go.
Pertaining to or characteristic of the Moors. Moorish architecture. A style of architecture which the Moors of Spain and other Mohammedan nations have employed in mosques and other public artifices, called also Saracenic or Arabian architecture. So who's the Arabians and the Arabian Nights? They're Moors!
That's right. That's right.
What do we keep trying to do? Keep insisting on trying to be somebody else and talking about our own history from a third-party perspective and then accusing the world of holding us back.
That's right.
We are in violation of constitutional principles.
Definitely.
And then we have scholars paid by them to infuse that black thing on you that takes you out of civilization.
It's blind, deaf, and dumb.
Been hoodwinked. We've been had.
That's right.
Royally had. So let's see if we can find something else.
There's no escape from that black thing, man.
No, well, the whole point of it is this: what I'm saying. Any scholar, and I just took you, this is elementary school. I took it, and the reason why I came here that way because I wanted to show you really how elementary it is. And so rather than read black, first I gave you elementary grade school parts of speech. Because the part of speech automatically categorizes a word. So black's an adjective. It can't be your identity. You can't make it be that. Does not mean that you can't use less precision or you can't use it as connotatively and say it. You can go ahead and say it, but guess what? How unreal it is. And there's nothing that you can say can justify it because you're more. Now, if you don't want to be who you are, fine. You can't demand law to be protecting you because it don't apply to people who are not of a nation. And then you can't turn around and claim to be a nation and then turn around and call yourself black. It ain't happening. I mean, you can, but believe me, you're a ward of the state because you ain't not gonna be in the citizens.
No, that's true. You're absolutely right.
You're not gonna be the citizens of any nation because no such nation exists. Now look, we can take Kemet now. Keelan. Keelan has roughly 54 nations, and it fluctuates between 52 and 54 nations relative to suppressions, colonization, political determinations made by Spain, Portugal, the United States, Britain, that has colonies where in France, where they split up Morocco and the empire on that side. So they French Morocco, British Morocco, and stuff like that, where they split up different parts of Africa on that side that they call Africa today. However, you will not find anywhere on that continent Blackadonia, Negrodina, Coloradifia. It does not exist. No such people exist. You'll not find some flag, no constitution that applies to such people because such people is not a people, it's an it. They are brand names, literally and figuratively and factually state property of the corporate states of Europeans that occupy North America, being the India Company, Pacific Company, and other companies that later formed for themselves state corporate jurisdictions. And they weren't even called states until early 1800s. So you must know the difference between the organic state and the corporate states. Now you understand why they give you the abbreviations? Because they're not organic in origin. They're not part of the republic. They're merely corporations like me and you go out and start a corporation now and say federal. Just like they say Federal Reserve, right? People assume that means government or it means the federal government. It does not. It's a private corporation.
Anybody can use that. Say federal.
It's a private corporation with its main offices in the Philippines.
That's some serious stuff there, man.
It is.
They got a lot of people thinking this federal is here.
It's deception. I mean, but you can contract with them, can't you?
Oh, sure.
Huh? Oh, all right. Because constitutions don't interfere with your right to make contract, does it? Does it? But when you make that contract, guess what? When they enforce it, should you be upset because you didn't understand it?
No.
That's why they have to get you to start signing things because they have no jurisdiction until you give it. That's what they mean when they say, be careful, don't sign pact with the devil.
That is so true. That's real.
And meanwhile, we talk about we the founders of civilization. We know what Allah wants, and we talk about all the prophets, and we talk about ancient Egypt. And, and if you go into you deal with ancient history, and you deal with Hammurabi Bay, with the conical,
I'm glad you mentioned
the same economic systems that they use right now is from Hammurabi.
You know what's funny? You mentioned the Hammurabi. I went into a courtroom a couple of weeks back, and it's funny that you said that because I didn't go this time when I went in the courtroom. I wasn't thinking down, so I wasn't looking down. I was thinking up, so I was looking up. And when I looked up, they had the clock of destiny. They had the 12 zodiac signs on the ceiling. So I'm like, oh man, I've been in here all this time, and I've never seen this here.
And they're showing you the law.
Yeah, and he had the Hammurabi, the brother with the dreads in his beard,
Now you see the Zodiac Constitution is right there.
Yes.
Now what does it tell you? As soon as you go in the Zodiac Constitution, you hand me the first thing it says what? The 12 signs of the Zodiac. So who's out of order, brother? Now let me show you how. Let me show you how nigger and Negro got into the language. The experiments, not in Africa on that side, in the Yucatan, in the area of Patagonia. I'm going to cut through the chase and demonstrate. Now you got all these scholars that we keep defending, keep selling our people out. Now you know about Yakub, right? Now come here, brother, because once you see this, come here, brother, because you're witnesses. That's a chimpanzee, right? Huh? Now you know it's a chimpanzee, right? But our people are scientists, right? All these scholars, right? Well, what is the scientific name for the chimpanzee? And particularly one that Charles Darwin talked about and they admit that that's their origin, etc.? Huh? 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 Right? So what's the scientific name for chimpanzee? Read it and read it out loud, brothers.
Oh, yeah. Troglodyte nigger.
So where did nigger come from? And we say that we Negroes, didn't we? The Negro is Negro Yavera Areba, the black chimpanzee monkey. Now you understand why Negro the beast? Now you understand why Negro can't have any rights?
Yeah.
Because it's a beast, not part of the human family. Now you understand why the European coined us Negro, black, and colored, and we keep on trying to justify it. And Negro is Latin for black, and they both mean the same thing. Troglodyte. Hold on. We ain't finished yet. We're not finished yet, brother.
Well, you're going to have us starting some messages.
We're not finished. Now, let's look up troglodyte. Now, these are rules of using dictionaries, and we must teach it to our children so that they don't have to believe anything. This is the difference between a scientist and a believer. A believer gets things and sit on it. A scientist researches. That's what science is. Science means sense. 5 senses, exercise them. That's what the single eye actually represents. It represents, and even you see that curl coming leave the eye, it represents the nerve coming from the thalamus, from the seat of David, or the throne of David, which is the dual trine, or what is above, below, in your pineal gland. It's a nerve that comes out just like that over the crown of your nose. Activated is called the third eye. Activated by the 6 senses. Used, activating all of your 5 senses collectively, and they become one. That's what the Cyclops mean when the symbolic, when you see the Cyclops with the eye right there,
right,
really represents that same eye
third
of
eye.
all universal law or Allah. It's not a personality. You understand? It is the knowledge of the sun. Amen Ra. That's why prayers are ended with Amen. And Amen Ra symbolized in Pharaoh, but actually the sun of this universe. In other words, this solar system itself. And Adam. And we don't mean A-D-A-M, we mean A-T-O-M. First man, the building block of everything that is. That's why you got 72 blocks in the pyramid, symbolically means 72 atoms that make up the constitution of man yourself.
That's right, brother. That's right. That's right.
It does.
Yeah.
And that pyramid represents you.
That's
physically. In a geometric form.
That's why there's a lot of significance with that great seal, man. They don't want us to tie into that great seal. That pyramid is for real.
It's yours. You reclaim what belongs to you. Troglodyte. And we all know who troglodyte nigger is, right? Troglodyte. Right?
Yes, sir.
One who creeps into holes, a cave dweller. Now you see the caveman? Now who's the nigger? They traded places with you, didn't they? Now why don't your scholars show you that? Now notice how we haven't really gone far. We haven't dug any, we haven't gone to any dissertations or any what you call deep anthropological books.
Right.
We're dealing with what is available to anyone who can read if they would only use the skill. Now you understand why they didn't want us to read.
Yeah, they're doing
beyond what we thought. Our people think reading is being able to pronounce a word. Reading is understanding parts of speech. It's called grammatication. as an example.
8th grade book.
Nomen substantivum is the categorization and grammatication, which is the essence of what names are, the vital essence of names. That is actually a categorization of the value or the categorization of names, what names actually are in their value. Your power even to use them. Truthfully. That's not in language, or that's not taught in schools anymore, because they don't want you to know that, because you immediately recognize that you've been transacting business in somebody else's name, which makes you a fraud.
Right.
So logically, they're not going to teach nomen substantivum now.
Yes.
However, that's an actual categorization of names. That's the essence of it. And it's just, so therefore, when our scholars keep talking about our people being miseducated, true, they don't need to keep saying that. They need to then turn around and give them the missing links of the information that made them miseducated. Isn't that simple? Once you've identified there's something missing, now it's your job to reinstill that. And it ain't yours. It already belongs to them. It's ancient. But they take it as their stuff. This is what our problem is. They're not trying to teach the people, they're looking for followers. So they can play shepherd games, so like Imam Isa did, with all due respect to the good that he's done. And then when he got in trouble, they didn't know law, so they couldn't even protect him. And they were arguing 14th, 15th Amendment stuff. Civil rights. And so it's not condemning, it means that if we're really going to fix something, we got to stop being afraid to step on toes and deal with the truth. We keep talking truth, and then when the truth is there, we run from it. You know, like a man, he's on a journey, we on a journey seeking the truth, man. And you know, and I've been traveling a long time, brother, and I've been, no, don't move your feet. Don't move your feet. And I've been looking for the truth, and our people been trying to, right? I just stumbled over the truth. And you know, we're going to be looking for the truth rather than not know it.
Wow.
This is what we've been doing. It's not that the truth hasn't been there, and it's not that it's not findable. It's that when they discovered, it's not what they expected, and they already had predeterminations of what they wanted the truth to be. Therefore, they're not even admitting that they didn't have it while they're claiming they're looking for it. In other words, I take an ordinary book and show you proof that you're Moors. You don't need this club, that building. Before Noble Draw, you can't, doesn't matter. That's who you were.
That's right.
It's who you are. They, matter of fact, they even give the people a hint. They'll say, Christopher Columbus watched the people go into the ocean with these long ships. Then they did a movie with Sidney Poitier, The Long Ships, and The Bell and El Cid. Then even for the young brothers and sisters now, they even give them keys. Morgan Freeman with, what's the guy he was playing Robin Hood with?
Oh, yeah, I remember
Kevin Costner or somebody else, one of the guys.
Yeah.
And then he's got the magnifying glass, the field glasses, and the guy goes, "Wow!" And then a woman or somebody got sick, and he said, "Well, let the Moor fix her." And they didn't have faith because we knew the medicine, because we taught them medicine. He's talking about the Renaissance.
That's right.
Right? Will Smith in Wild Wild West, he says, "You look like a handsome blackamoor." The guy with the spider is going to get him. He says, "You look like a handsome blackamoor." What? Martin Lawrence and the Black Knight.
Yes.
What's this Moor thing?
Yeah, that's right. All of a sudden now.
No, they've been doing it all the time. Anthony Hopkins in True Lies or something like that, or True Romance. What the Italian guy, what's his name? Christopher Walken's playing the Italian guys, and his son finds their finance, their money, and he runs off with it in this El Dorado. And so they get up with Anthony Hopkins, and they got him in the chair like this, and they wearing him out. Tell us where he's at. And he knows they're gonna kill him anyway.
Right.
So he says, yeah, you're Italian and stuff like that. Yeah, you Italian, huh? Yeah, you ain't no but a nigger. Yeah, when the Moors was down there, and he was banging all them women. That's why you dark. That's why you dress like you dress. Because cool, because Italians dress like us. And he said, yeah, bam, shoot him. In other words, the whole point is they all know is they tell you left and right. We don't pay attention because we are busy trying to be somebody we're not, and then accusing them of hiding our history. Yes, they're suppressing us. Yes, they're suppressing some of the history, but it's so strong, it's so vast, it's so encompassing that they couldn't bury it. That's why they had to change your name. to separate you from your illustrious history, because there's no way they could do it. That's why even when you see, and I did the book, as a matter of fact, I even mentioned in this law, response to this law case, when I did the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and I address in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship,
Yeah, that's it right there.
and I remind them, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, right? Tom Barkley as business agent, right? John Adams, all of them were to be presidents later. But every one of them was ministers plenipotentiary with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. How many people pay attention to that? That's 2 years before the adoption of the Constitution and before George Washington was even elected.
Yeah.
But they were treating with the Moors.
Before that. Yeah. Way before that.
So, can we count?
Yeah.
And then people don't understand why that pyramid is on the back of the dollar bill and nobody speaks on it and they ain't put 2 and 2 together? Does that take rocket scientist research to recognize that, dang, I never thought about that. Nobody speaks under that pyramid, but look at that dollar bill. Look at the dollar bill. Now I'm going to show you something. And go to a dictionary again.
They said we're supposed to get rid of the paper dollar for the coin.
See, but the point of it is no. It's not that no, but the point of it is can you? Or is it available? Is the gold available to you without burden? No, it is not. And if you had it, would you spend it? No, you're not. So let's not go there.
Right.
Not that we're not going there. But you understand where we're coming from.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. With that.
So now they're teaching us, they say Benjamin is really Banneker.
Now, point being is this.
That's what I was trying to look for. It could have been this one, right? Yeah, look.
I'm going to leave this out here now so I can get it. Now, listen. Now, I want you to pay attention to that, but I'm going to read something first.
Okay.
Now, listen to this, family. Of. Of is a preposition, isn't it?
Yes.
And it says away from or out of. Concerning. Right? Huh? In a general sense, of expresses such relations as out of or from away, proceeding from, forming part, as from a cause, agent, author, or source. Now, look at that great seal. Read underneath that great pyramid.
Novus Ordo.
Underneath of it.
Oh, the Great Seal.
Read it again.
The Great Seal.
Now, go on the other side and read on the other seal. Underneath of that.
Of the United States.
What'd you say?
Of the United States.
Did it say the United States or did it say of the United States?
Of the United States.
So now let's go to of. Again, I read it already, I'm going to read it again. Of is a preposition. Right? In general sense, an expression expresses such relations as out of, from, away, proceeding from, forming a part of, as from a cause, agent, author, source, material, and means. The Great Seal of the United States, I just told you that that seal is one.
Right.
Just like that one you got there. That's obverse and reverse. That seal came out from that seal and is authorized by that seal. Why no one speaks of that? Because they would be acknowledging the ancient republic and acknowledging you. But if they're silent and you're silent, so be it. But it's there, isn't it?
Okay.
And they say to you, a picture is worth more than. Oh. So, can the people say that it is not there? Can they say that the word of, which is a preposition, is clearly there that connects them to, and that they don't know that this is government, only government on the planet that has a dual national seal, there must be a purpose for it, And no one speaks under that Great Seal pyramid, but it tells you that's the Great Seal, and the other one is of it. Coming down from it, out of it.
Right. This is the Great Seal. The Great Seal.
Yeah, you go on right it is.
Yeah. That's right.
Now you understand the Great Seal when we be talking Great Seal?
Oh, yeah.
We don't mean Great Seal in New York was 1966. Or CM Bay or Porter Bay. The Great Seal, and this is back to what I was saying to you before, when people just like Nakeem, with all due respect to him, love the brother and everything, trying to own people's birthright, this belongs to you. You don't need him, me, or anyone else.
Right.
That's why you see me talk the way I talk.
Yes, sir.
Because there's thieves amongst us.
That's right.
That are seeking power rather than trying to free the people. They're trying to control them and get a fee. That's slavery.
Yes, sir. 100%.
No, that's why Noble Drew Ali said, "Come, all ye Asiatics of North America, and hear the truth." It's a qualification about your nationality and your birthrights.
That's it.
Come back into the constitutional fold of government, please. Because all the troubles that you're having is because you're outside of law. You're asking for the effect of law, but you won't stand up to the law.
A lot of work to do.
The other problem is that people won't present this information right. They keep on trying to deify the man rather than telling the people functioning what is really what he did.
Yeah, that's true.
And so therefore people are misunderstanding it. The same way they deified Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad. Rather than look at the political moves that were made so we can use the discipline that these men are teaching. Which is vitally important.
That's right.
That's why when Nazarene was on the scene, he says, "It is not my will, but the Father's will." Come on, you guys, what's up? He says, "Look, I did not come to change the law, only to verify." Meaning that this stuff ain't changed. Why y'all keep on trying to say these prophets got different missions? They're doing the same thing, same spirit. And what do? We keep dividing the prophets. See what our problem is? The secularism, and the Quran said there should be no sect.
That's right.
In this time. But got 77 by now? No, but I'm just trying to. Meanwhile, they're gonna tell you what Islam is. Meanwhile, they trying to tell you what the jinn is not, and what the shirk and this and not. And they want trading with this man who's keeping us in servitude, but they didn't come to our aid. What Muslim?
Exactly.
Meanwhile, they cutting each other's throat.
That's right.
It's not Islam. And I'm not knocking them. I'm just putting it like it is. And we need to understand that we need to get our act together. But we need to study. It's not going to come together because it's a good idea. It's not going to come together because we court hell. It's going to come together when we get sincere. Now, the same information that I showed you, the whole world already knows it. So how do you think they be looking at us when we come talking about, I'm a light-skinned black guy, and I want to get with this brother because he got this light-skinned black sweatsuit on. I want like that. And black comes in one shade. And it ain't got nothing to do with identity. As a matter of fact, in the 3rd grade again, it's not even a primary color. It's the extreme of the color spectrum, not considered a color anyway. Now what's wrong with us again? And then we try to use a justification, well, that's our color. Well, you and nobody in the world going to tell me that this and that is the same thing. Not going to happen. So come off of that too.
That's right.
We're olive.
Olive blue skin, that's right.
That's right, we're olive.
And olives.
And we're different complexions of olive.
Yes.
Coming from light shades to darker shades, but we're all olive. That's a fact. And anything people claim to the contrary is bull. But we know that people are going to try to justify positions that they've committed themselves to that actually have no foundation in truth. Mainly because they don't know, so they put something they got to fill up the spaces. Well, why don't they daggone read then? There it is, isn't it? I showed you in 3 different places. And so then they tell us in grade school, they don't teach much anymore, that when King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella merged argon and Castile and made of Spain that let you know that Spain is really a modern country.
Hmm.
1511, Emperor Philip II declared, put that edict out, declaring with the Inquisition that the Moors would no longer be called Moors but would be called Spaniards. And that's how the mixed Moors became known as Spanish. And because of the language, Latinos. So it's not really confusing now. Do you understand why a lot of Latinos are nationalizing too? Because they know their history even better than a lot of these Asiatics. But these Asiatics are rejecting them, talking about they're Puerto Ricans and all that. Well, they ain't the real Moors. They're as Moors as you are.
That's right.
And we're the problem. This dark-skinned Moors is the problem. Because we're the major ones that have been majorly suppressed. And we have taken on that dumb, stupid doctrine stronger than everyone else. We got more biases and prejudices in us than anyone. We project it out. When it comes back, we accuse everybody else of it, including the European, and we're the racists. We're full of hate. It is. And so they just simply take advantage of our ignorance. And because we're arrogant and self-righteous on it, it makes it easier. It makes it more comfortable for them to do stuff to us. Because we're so daggone arrogantly self-righteous. Not only with them, with each other, worse. And demand a unity principle from other people to recognize us in a unity scale when we don't recognize ourselves.
Yeah.
Hold on. So now let's read. Now this is law, right? So again, just read from these questions I put under here. And you was reading that. Now read on to the next page. Now this is stuff that you already know, but you understand why I put it in context like this, because this is basically for the public.
Who are the Moorish Americans? The answer: the Moorish Americans are the direct descendants of the ancient Moabite Moors, who are the aborigines and the true natural dwellers of ancient northwest and southwest of Mexim. The northwest and the southwest continents of Mexims are modernly known as Northwest and Southwest Africa. Northwest and Southwest Africas are contemporarily known as North America and South America. Question: are the Moors Indians? Answer: no. The misnomer Indian and Native American, etc. was and are the fictionist, social, and political creations of European socialists and many deceptive historians, descendants of the colonial Inquisitionists and Crusaders. The words Indian, Negro, black, color, Ethiopian, etc. were and are also brands and tags which was coined by the way of calculated, sordid mental sorcery, psychic attacks, conceived and propagated to steal the birthrights of the Aborigine Moors of our Morocanos, America. Question: what authority or law binds the Aboriginal indigenous natural peoples, Moors of America, that command obligatory taxation, license of revenue payments to the aliens and occupational Europeans who have been falsely claiming to be Americans? The answer: there is no valid law or rightful authority by which invading Europeans occupying the West have lawful taxing authority. Taxation without representation was and is part of a crusade policy and of forced servitude. European supremacy dictums made against the true Aborigine Moors of America is based on destroyed history, altered books, records, and force of arms. Thus we trace the origins of the existent mental state of unchallenged for taxation manifested from a lack of knowledge of self and law. Moors have lacked a knowledge of geography, of nationality, of birthrights, and our artificial functions of color of law. Color of law is the extortion-based authorities used by Europeans for tithe, tithe tax operations forced against the natural peoples in the Americas. In layman's terms, that condition is known as mental and economic slavery. Question: why did Europeans who colonized North America begin to call themselves white people and free white people? When did the term white people come into popular uses by Europeans occupying North America? The answer: white means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. Thus the term landlord. Landlord means landowner, landholder, freeholder, and mine host. On this basis, Europeans forcibly and colorably claim to be the sovereigns of the Americas. The phrase white people is of a social power caste system having nothing to do with skin complexion. The white people's social rank phase was usurpingly adopted by the Whigmore Party in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and fervently propagated for acceptance during the years 1854 and 1863 AD. Question: what does the phrase free white people mean in law? The answer: free white people is an ancient caste status term which applies to status and not to complexion of skin, and it's a universal law phrase. Refer to the Good Law Dictionary, which defines ancient and modern terms of jurisprudence. The following is an excerpt from Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary, 4th edition, West Publishing Company. Free white persons. Free white person referred to in the Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14, 1870, has meaning naturally given to it when first used in 1 Stat 103C3, meaning all persons belonging to the European race, then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. Free white persons includes all European Jews, more or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenicians, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tatar inhabitants of South Russia. Free white people does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia. A Syrian of Asiatic birth and descent would not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. Expat Shahid DC or 6F 2D 919.
That's law cases.
Oh, okay. Lower
cases
there.
We know that we're the white people.
He still went to the store. He said he'd be back.
Yeah, he went to the store. Oh, your hands are cold.
I know, I was out there waiting.
We are the white people.
Now, so the whole point of it is, so every time you call him white people, you call him the sovereign. You see what our problem is?
I'm white.
We keep transferring our sovereignty to him and then trying to argue rights. It does not exist with you if you insist on being black. It's the opposite. Now you understand why they call you nigger? So rights don't apply to you, and then we turn around and agree, and then we turn around and call it a race.
They did the switch up, mix up.
They traded places with us, and we accepted. Called acquiescence. It's fine.
No, you gonna have to do book and a whole tape with this and stuff.
But I'm just we've done it, you know. We've done it continuously, but we're going to get together. We're going to do a tape together.
Yes.
We're going to do a tape together. Us. And you want to tag it and put it out there so people can see us together. We're going to do a work together. We're going to do a book together. This is what we must do to show that unity.
Yes.
And it demonstrates also the consciousness. But the very fact, I'm demonstrating to you what information, that's already out there, but people aren't paying attention to it. They read past these things. Now you understand why we keep the book small? Because people keep getting lost.
It's big. That's a good idea. That's good. Just the way
Because truth need not be told in a multitude of words. In other words, you've got to deal with the essence, because most books are built around a theme, and 90% of the book is fluff for sale. But when you want to free people, give them a tablet. Now you understand the tablets? When you say the tablets, that's really what it means. It means formula.
How much longer you want to be here?
Oh, we get ready to leave now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, we leave.
So you're going to get some nourishment on the way out?
Yes. Yes.
You traveling with them to New York?
And then I'm going with Ross, I guess. Whatever they're doing.
All right.
Okay. But we do.
I don't know, and I would have had nourishment prepared.
Oh, thank you, sister.
But you know, the
Thank you very much.
circumstances call for this.
Oh,
Because
it
really,
always does.
Because we really got to get together, and so we got to set the groundwork. And the major thing, and you look at this, I see you as representatives of a large body of national people who are trying to be national and don't know how to, or are doing all the things from an enthusiastic point of view and from a sincerity point of view that is necessary. They don't have the knowledge that they need. You have the knowledge. Your knowledge base will raise everything that you're doing 5 octaves. The point of it is, you must understand that when you step out on national principles, if you're not aware of these things of status for real, you're actually walking in the traps. It does not mean you're insincere. It does mean that this thing is more dangerous than you think it is. When you step out and you're really not in your proper person, it's dangerous. It really is. But it's not seen that way. We just look at things, prejudice, racism, all that. Believe me, you better get that fiction out of your mind. They stole your birthright. And when you use those brand names, you are under the wardship of the state. And anything you own belongs to the state first.
We definitely gotta get together to stop flipping out.
We're going to get together anyhow.
Yeah.
In other words, you come to my aid, my duty come to your aid. We're family.
Yes.
I need from you a clarification of concept, because the spirit is already there. In other words, the advantage it is to dealing with you all is that the will and the enthusiasm, which is something that usually you have to drag people into, already exists with you. The desire, the sincerity to get work done, to do things, the capacity to do things, it already exists with you. You had some misinformation. I'm going to do what I can to remedy that, because you got all the other tools you need. You got the enthusiasm you need. You got the organization you need. You know what I mean? Organization is in the mind. What you got to do is get your organization out that man's hand. Because he got it now. But you acquiesced, not knowing you were trying to do what you felt was correct.
Right.
You know you was acquiescing. You know that you was transferring. You know?
Did you ever get a chance to go over that Constitution book?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I'm very impressed. And as a matter of fact, I want to get together with you on that, too. As a matter of fact, it's sitting where I'm at on the computer.
Right.
Because I keep it right there. It's right there even right now. When I go back, I'm going to work on that. But I wanted to say to you, and I wanted to get with you on that principle, because we're going to do some improvements that you're not going to call a constitution. You're going to call it bylaws. Because you already have a constitution. The constitution that you thought wasn't yours, that you was thrown out the window, is your constitution. Because that's what protects you out here.
Right.
Do you understand? And they don't want you to know that. They want us to reject it. They will throw the baby out the bathwater. That's why they do stuff. But they will never sit up there and tell you. I'm going to show you a point. Constitution, Article 4, Section 4 guarantees every state in this union a Republican form of government. Am I correct?
Yes.
They'll turn around and talk about democracy, won't they?
No. Yeah, always do. Yeah.
They already told you they're not really the ones that are founders of this.
Like that. Look, stayed after.
Yeah, it's like right there in your face.
Yeah. We got a lot of work to do.
Yes, we do. starting with first removing our emotions about all this thing and just dealing with the facts.
Crazy, all the work you had from last millennium, you still got all the same work to still do in this next one.
That's what black means. That's what civil literal mortus means. Dead in the eyes of the law. Now you see why we're introducing those long-term, ancient words and phrases to our people that they think is new and it was there all the time for everybody else on the planet, and we keep thinking that we deep because we got a little bit of Allah and a little bit of Egyptology, and we swear we arrived.
For real. There ain't no way it is.
Exactly.
Now, remember when York and them was having a problem with the permits? They sent ministers up. A couple of ministers came up to the round table and was talking about white people down there is racist because Rabboni is trying to get this done for the black people. I said, I thought you was Moors. Yeah, but you know, no, I mean, because some of our people, we talk to where they are. I said, if you're Moor, you ain't black people. And you're not people of color. And brother, if you're all talking about spaceships and the Greys and the lizard people, and you can't deal with something as simple as permits on land that you claim is yours under sovereign nation, and you're talking about racism, where's you haven't put out any writs dealing with delegation of authority or with your indigenous status? Don't you have laws that govern your indigenous status? Well, we ain't into that because we got to talk to the Grand Master. Brother, I thought you all had a constitution. Where is your parts in your constitution that deal with taxation? They got mad at me.
That's because they didn't
This is universal, but which means they didn't even know what they themselves were claiming, but then they're looking for a remedy with something that they already claimed that they had a remedy for because they said they had their own constitution.
Exactly. And they didn't read it right.
Well, once you say that, the rest of the world expected you to have them remedies in place. You're supposed to already... Do you understand where I'm coming from? So whereas we make mistakes with each other, we're forgiving to each other. When you go out into the world and you come off like that, they're going to beat you up. And they're really not wrong. Because they're really holding you to not what they're saying, they're holding you to what you have said. But you need to understand what they're really holding you to. And if you don't know what you've just said, you'll be thinking that they're rejecting you or they're going someplace else with this. And really, the real deal is they're commanding that you represent what you say. That's why a lot of times when they get conscious Moors, they'll just throw you in jail and won't take you to court because they know you're going to beat them up on the courtroom floor.
Right.
Yeah. You know, so the issue that we have to argue is due process of law.
That's what we have.
Do you understand? But you have more power when you have a nation together.
Exactly.
Whereas we come to each other to rescue. Now you understand counsel. All right, so now you have structure already that can do all of those things. But they all are going to have to be taught. They really going to have to sit back and get humble a minute and really get their square together. Not because it sounds good, not because we say we want our square. They're really going to have to know what a square is. They're going to have to really learn geometry, mathematics, astrology, which is the science, yoga, etc. And these are going to have to be introduced because that's really your culture, veiled or hidden under other disciplines.
Right.
You know, so then when you go searching, you're going to have to know that these are Saracenic people that know is yours. Cartagena, you're going to have to know that that's yours. That's how they veiled it. That's what they mean when they chop Horus up and distribute them. That's what it really means. And you look at Ma'at, you see that globe, that sun globe and that moon globe. That's what it all means. It's really the zodiac.
Right.
12 tribes of Israel. Isis, Amen-Ra, Elohim. That's what Israel is, really the whole human family. It really ain't no religious tribe and stuff like that. Oh, that's the entire zodiac of humanity. Concepts is wrong about that. So when a lot of the brothers they become Yehud, and they still say Jew. Ain't no Jew. Ain't no J in Hebrew.
Exactly.
Yehud. Yeah. Plural, Yehudi. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why everybody knows the truth. And Jesus is a code word.
Right.
To take you to Yahushua.
They don't talk about that.
No, I'm just saying that's why we have to study. But that's why, it's important for the Arabs, for the brothers to, you know, the ones who really know to really tell the truth and not make followers out of people, but to produce the literature and get it out there and free them. Don't have them hanging on to you like they need you because you're not important, because this information belongs to them. The only thing that you can charge them for is that you've got to produce the literature, but the knowledge belongs to the people. It is universal.
That's right.
And what happens is people, these scholars, want to be owners of the knowledge. You cannot own that, which is the birthright of a people.
That's right.
You can write about history. You can't own that history because you wrote about it.
That's what we be trying to tell. We be trying to get out there.
In other words, you're more. So why do you need to invent something else that you're not?
What is your nationality?
When not to claim it is an abandonment. And you know what abandonment is law?
Oh,
Abandonment is
we
law.
just read that earlier too. Abandonment.
It's abandonment. Look at this, and you're going to see how it's applied a lot of times in non-support cases, and a whole bunch of other cases. They use the rule of abandonment, but they ain't saying it, but that's what they're dealing with. Abandonment. Here you go, brother. The surrender, the relinquishment, the disclaimer, or the cession of property or of rights. The giving up of a thing absolutely, without reference to any particular personal purpose, as throwing a jewel into the highway. Leaving a thing to itself as a vessel at sea, vacating property with the intention of not returning, so that it may be appropriated by the next comer. Now, if you don't claim your Moorish nationality and you've abandoned it, now you understand why they got your great seal, although they don't use the seal. Now you understand abandonment. Now you understand how they take our children and say they're state wards.
Oh yeah.
Where that come from is from the United States Code of Law, Title 22, Section.
And so before you can make a claim, now let's go back to appropriate persona. You already know what that means. If you're not in your proper person, they already have jurisdiction.
This is the reference.
So look how it all ties together. And it really doesn't take a rocket scientist.
Oh yeah.
I'm having to scrap the papers.
The AA2 Bay plate.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you need something?
No, I was looking for something for you. I thought you needed.
Oh yeah.
So you see what I'm saying, bro?
I'm about to go to war with that right now. I gotta get my I gotta take my my seeds out of their system.
All right, now. Oh.
So what you're saying that you have an A1.
The law case that I respond to, the law case that's on the website, I did a section on that. I'm gonna show you something. Now this is why we even did the issues on rights of indigenous people.
Yeah.
And why and you're right, Northwest Africa, right?
Excuse me?
So this ain't. He doesn't have this on here. I thought he. All right. Oh, that's right. She didn't bring the law case response because. Now, hold on. Let me see if I can find this.
Yes, I'm here.
Should we keep this on or could it?
I think he was making a video. I think he was making a video.
Yeah, I want this video too.
Chapter 22. Section 2. Paragraphs 141. And I also want you to examine paragraphs 142 and 143. You
Those are
understand
brother,
what's being made? The whole council has to be came into this.
You can check out our website too and see where you want to add some extra law stuff to our site.
You went to the Zulu website, right?
No, not on mine, because we just getting our stuff back together because we just came out of a fire before. Now look at that Article 5 in Rights of Indigenous People, right? Every indigenous individual has a right to a nationality. Now you also know in Declaration of Human Rights,
yes,
Proclamation of Human Rights, what, Article, what's that, 14, A and B, 15? Everyone has a right to nationality, everyone has a right to change the nationality.
Right.
Principle 3 in Declaration of the Rights of Child. Child shall, at his birth, have a right to name and nationality. In other words, the international community have dealt with this issue multiple times, addressing what no Drawleys presented these Moors. That's why it's often said, sometimes they say, it seems like these people don't want their remedy.
And so they be saying, like,
Why should somebody else come stick their neck out for us when we keep selling? Every time somebody comes to rescue us, we sell them out and then talk about how great they were afterwards, and we paint their dead pictures on the wall.
Yeah.
And they keep acting like we need a rescue and we've been rescued. But because we won't read, we keep looking for something that has nothing to do with what you need. We keep looking for something that their overseers that they place amongst us as black leaders keep on telling us what the remedy is. Gather around, wear daishiki, read a Quran, and then you black.
Right.
That's not the culture. The culture is the science. Applicable gnosis. Knowledge being able to be applied. That's the culture. Our people think it's, you know, a daishiki, dreadlocks, symbols. And that is part of culture, but that's not the only way we did anything.
Right.
We got a broad culture as far as dressing is concerned. What is your bloodline and your knowledge that indicates your identity, your sameness, your consanguine relationship? And so they're going to be looking for you. Are you the scientist that you said you are? And don't come up with no beliefs. You know, I really believe in Allah. Bismillah. You ain't no good. They're not impressed. You can take that in your little clubhouse and over there, and you have the freedom to act like a fool and happy clown and everything else you want, because you're not a threat.
Right.
Matter of fact, they'll fund it for you, keep you busy.
That's true.
And for real, they'll give you corporate funds to keep that stuff up, because they know that is not going to change your conditions. If anything, it do is stagnate you. It's like when you see the Hajj, with all due respect. Do you see the caliphs in a hierarchy down there with the Muslims making the Hajj run around getting trampled, or are they standing up on high looking down on them?
That's incorrect. Yes, people
They come a certain other day that everybody else.
Yeah, they don't come when everybody's there like that.
Oh, of course not. Why? Because they know that that don't make or break you relative Muslim, because you're born Muslim. Why? Because Muslim is not submission to the will of Allah. That's the truth of everything that is here.
It's submission to the will of Allah.
You don't have a choice. Muslim is no different than fetus. Muscles, tissues, and bones in the electrical system. The anatomy of the living being is Muslim. Europeans are Muslims. So
I want you to look up the term incorporation.
had nothing to do with belief. You got a physical body, you're here, you're Muslim. And you don't need to pray to be who you already are. You cannot be made again. Now what else? Now everybody's upset because we just told the truth? Now that's science. But everybody want to get you in some spooky belief so they can bow you down and cut your head off while you're praying. So we're scientists, and we're taking our people in that direction. Because they need knowledge. Our people are destroyed by the day for lack of knowledge, not a lack of belief, not a lack of faith, not a lack of prayer. Because knowledge is going to get them out of this thing. And what we cannot do is keep on sitting around because we're not going to wish our way out of this because we need to, or because we're in trouble. Knowledge is going to get us out of this. And so we're going to have to come together and teach these people some real knowledge, not some emotionalism. You know, the white man, black man, talking about yourself. And then giving up your sovereignty to him and then complaining because he's act like God. You just now call him God as soon as you say white man. Not knowing what you just said. Before 1854, they were called red man. As a matter of fact, some of them still call themselves redneck.
Yep.
Yeah, call back around 8:45 and
That's right. Rednecks.
As a matter of fact, when they talk about the bankers and everything, you talk about Rothschild, it means red shield. So now what? See how out the lunch we've been?
Yeah. That's serious there.
Absolutely.
Todd, man, you just keep. That's good.
No, I'm just saying we've been brought the remedy. What happens is people who have had this have mistaught it.
Right.
Have allowed people to think that this is some kind of ritual religion in competition with other sects of Islam. That's why people have never appreciated the Moorish Science Temple for what it really is, because it hasn't been properly explained to the masses. And they weren't communicating with the masses because they got this superior ass position and wasn't communicating. Now that's the truth. And then someone start playing club games.
That's why the unity and the what you do in the go around and trying to get all this organized has to be.
So this is what you do. You get with people who understand organization and give them the knowledge that the thieves held back from them. And that's what I'm making when I say to you all, you all already have the consciousness of organization. All you need is some knowledge.
That's why
because you already got knowledge, but even that knowledge was delivered to you all.
Right. And that's why we did the great meeting again, because we just seen so much this unity going on with the Moorish nation.
Now, but look at this. Look at this. What is the disunity? What you're saying, the dis or the denationalization, that's what you're saying. But you need to know that that's what you're saying, because even when you see it not happening, you know how to remedy it. You must teach national principles if you want unity. Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to show you an example. Have a constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, do establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Just name 2 entities. How many people even recognize that? Because they didn't even read.
Right.
Do you see what I'm trying to say to you? So if you're going to talk about unity, then the people must be diligent to the Constitution. The Constitution means the makeup of a thing. It means both anatomy and principle of philosophy. It means both spiritual and physicality.
Yes.
It also means economic and law.
Why do you ask?
And so, who are you? I just ask you, what is your constitution?
26.
And if you have no identity, you have no constitution. Now, that might sound like I went around the bush, but guess what? If you don't understand those principles logically, you're not going to go there, and you're not going to know when somebody else is going there with you, who knows law and government. And guess what? They're going to hold you to that. And you're held to that, because ignorance of the law is no excuse. Because the law is self. Don't people keep going to the ancient Egyptian tablets and the ancient Tibetan tablets, and the first rules they get is man, know thyself.
That's right.
And then you turn around and ask them who they are, and they're black man. It's a lie and a contradiction. Then when they get rejected, they accuse the world of racism. And they themselves are in violation of constitutional law. Because they think the Constitution is a document that's just written like that. It is both spiritual as well as a civic document. Now you understand why they call it organic Constitution?
Right.
And that the 7 articles of the Constitution is the organic Constitution? Why? Because now they're talking about the organs of the body, politic. Also the anatomy of the body, because it's formulated after the nature of man. Now you understand nature's law, nature's God in the preamble? Dub Ross.
So I want to ask, so with these places that we have, that's why when we did that, the great meeting part 2, to try to get everybody to come together, at least just to see each other, and then we're going to have the meeting when you call all the grand.
I'm going to hit it like it is. I'm going to hit it like this. In order to call a meeting of unity, as opposed to a meeting of we're having a picnic, you must know what you're asking for. And knowing that the people don't really truthfully know it, you must be prepared and willing to demonstrate it, because they're going to come on a forum and expect one thing and get another. And they're going to come off it split up because their concepts was wrong when they got there, and nobody cleared their concepts up when they got there, because they didn't want to go here on the subject matter because they feel the people didn't want to hear it. But the missing tool is nationality. And without it, you can call them to as many meetings that you want to call them to. They will be totally ineffective.
I'm talking something like, say if you're gonna call something like, say we got the National Black Dinner, and before we had it, it was out to the public. But now, when is the meeting gonna be called for all the grand sheiks and sheikas to get together? Like,
they're talking about. They're starting to talk about it now, but they're talking about it now, and I'm going to tell you honestly, is because no different than as you being an active brother on your own merit. Become conscious, that raises the octave of your activity that already exists. And it was the activity that you already have gains a new value. No different than somebody takes a stone that they thought was a quartz rock, somebody came along, recognized it was a diamond, it's in the driveway, and then polished the facets. Now it has value, but yet it was always there all the time. But it must be polished. Just like in the Bible, we talk about refiner, soak the refiner. It means you're given no good without its added mixture of evil. But science gives you the knowledge by which to cast the evil off from it. That's called refining. All right? And so the deal of it is, you have a purpose of unity of our people, but didn't know that unity itself, when in that context, means nation. Even though you may do things in the name of nation, you must know exactly what nation means. Nation means nativity. What does nation mean? Give me the definition.
Natural.
What you say?
Natural.
Can you say it out loud?
He said
Natural.
He said natural.
Nation means to be born. To come into being.
I think was why nobody having like we heard Pleasant Bay say he was trying to get everybody to sit down.
He is, because he's working hard. See, he's working hard now. Pleasant Bay. Years ago, I went down to Baltimore to visit him and his family before he had problems. You know, before he had went to prison all this stuff. And I took him lesson books and everything, and I told him, you know, was presenting the concepts to him. And at that particular time, he was what you call the temple moor type thing. You know, all we need is the temple this way, and I was telling you, you don't need this information. After he got the issues he had, and after he broke his family and all that stuff, then he appreciated it, came back to me, he called me back, we went down there, we talked to him about some protocols and stuff just before he went to jail. And we told him what because Farrakhan had some lawyers was down there too, some Farrakhan's lawyers and some other people, a whole bunch of people, branch chiefs from all over the place. And when I went down there and I told them, so they set me at the end of the table, they had the long tables about, long as this room, they had all these dignitaries around them, so they set me at the end of the table. So when I came in, greetings and all the sisters and everything, they greeted us and presented us and stuff like that, so they set us down. And they introduced me to all the lawyers, different people that was around. And I said, what I want to see, I don't want to start talking about it. I don't want to see the law case because they gave me a copy of the law case. You know how you do, just like me have a business conference meeting. I said, where's the books I gave you 2 years ago? They said, they're upstairs. They said, you ready? Well, go get them. That's why I brought him down there, because I told you you need them. But the point that I'm making is cutting through the chase. Now he is headlong into it.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Because he sees the other side, and he's one of the most ardent proponents of national principle now.
Oh yeah.
But took pain to bring him there. Many of us the same thing.
Had to go through that, yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is, it must be understood by all of us that when we call in unity meetings, which has been a traditional thing with us, quote unquote, under the so-called black banner, that the people that you call in cannot be under that banner for you to be effective for what you're calling for. They must be conscious of national principles. The same discussion that we had in this process that we're talking now, that must be where they need to be when you call them for them to be effective.
Right now in the movie.
Yeah, but I was saying, like some people say they might not have a place, or we putting money in other people's halls. Well, say we had the Black National Theater, we got Sister Sakina's spot of Dr. York sitting there where we can sit there 3 days and argue until we get this together.
I am saying to you this, and I'm saying to you again, you're absolutely correct. I'm not debating any of that. What I recognize and why you see me always busy in doing what I'm doing constantly is because I recognize, truthfully, honestly, there's no need to call soldiers together who are not trained in battle. I will do to my bags under my eyes get like this. That is no need to keep calling these people together when they don't understand nationality and birthright, because that's the missing tool. Them coming together is not missing. We always come together. We come together in clubs. We come together in churches, picnics and parties, and jam sessions. There's never been a time that our people don't come together. We're the most coming together people that there is. So as far as us being unity, having to come together, there's no problem with that. Never has been. The problem is when they come together and nothing comes out of it because they don't understand national principles, and that must be understood by the leadership. They keep skipping past it.
That's what we said. We had a thing coming up some months and have you to sit these butts down.
Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. And I'm gonna be honest with you. You got to understand that people have personal agendas. People have power plays. The most effective thing that I've done over the years has been when I started sharing the information with the public. I wasn't looking to other Moors and other conscious groups. I put the information out for the public to have. Criticize it or take it mattered not, because it's theirs. I know that a lot of people didn't realize it yet, but I already knew, and I know now that that's what it's going to take to fix this thing. Remember this. Keep this in mind. All pigs, I want to qualify it, all pigs come to the same trough to feed. How's that? The vultures like to come down to the carcass and feed with the hyenas and the rest of them. How's that? If I think that we're going to go through these pharaohs, Pharisees, Shachams, Adams, imams, rabbi, preachers, and suggest that they finally do the job that they were assigned to do, you got another thought coming. They've already demonstrated what they're going to do and what they don't intend to do. My suggestion is this.
I'm talking about it just in the Moorish.
My suggestion is this. Knock the dust off your heels and do what Yeshua did. He went to the Pharisees, right? And he says, was he pleading with them or trying to teach them anything, or was he telling them that stop the middleman game? And he turned over the table of the money changers, meaning that they already knew. Right? So he gave them the opportunity, then he knocked the dust off his heels and took it to the common man, didn't he? And then the revolution began.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Now, what's the point? My point of it is, use the organization skills that you have. Understand this principle. There is no king without subjects, are there? So you can't be a nation without membership or citizens, am I correct?
That's it.
You can't be a star without fans, can you? So why argue with the stars? Why argue with the pharaohs? Why argue with them? Use your organizational skills to get this knowledge to common people, because all the pigs come to the trough to feed. You're not going to change them because they already know. They are in it for personal gain. They're going to keep these people as black as they can. So you produce literature and get it to the man on the street that no one would approach. Get it to the man on the street that nobody wanted to talk to unless he paid thousands of dollars for some degrees. You see what I'm saying to you? You want the leadership to get right? Teach the people. I'm going to say it again because we got to get ready to roll. But we still want to deal. Now listen. It is not unlike at all. Not unlike. We're talking, we've been talking, right? Right? I gave you that one flyer. Read it again. Recognize the effectiveness of it.
You know what? I need some.
But recognize what it would do in the hands of common people on the street. Some of the brothers that's right now that might be passing you, that don't even think that they're part of this because they're looking at themselves like the Moors is doing this, or you guys is doing that. It's the nation is out there. Once you make them conscious, that is the body politic. But what you don't want is a bunch of people come together to meet that don't have a knowledge of why they're meeting, other than saying this is a unity meeting. They don't know what unity is. It's just a word that's repeated to them. And like again, this national conference with all these heads, do you know why they're starting to communicate in the temples now? Because over the years, the information that we put out has raised so much hell, has raised the bar so far that they can't hide no more.
Don't get away from there.
People in lodges got to come out even. Everybody's uncomfortable. That's why they mad at me. That's why they want me off the street. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I ain't selling out. And when I was in there, I was teaching.
Can't do anything.
Oh, yeah, we know that. Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? There's a Mason in there tried to shut me up, one of the guards. You understand what I'm saying? Then I couldn't get no mail. They tried to hide me.
That's for sure.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And y'all came and rescued me, but they was trying to hide me. But they knew they wasn't going to keep me, but they wanted to keep me out of circulation for a minute. Because it's costing them millions of dollars. Every time somebody gets conscious, it's not what we think it is. You're sort of like, we need to really understand what's really happening every time one unit of us gets conscious. It is more important for us to gather up conscious people than it is to sit here and debate with the leadership. Believe me, brother.
That's so true.
Or they don't represent the unity of the nation. The people represent the unity of the nation. We must take it to the people. The leadership is only representatives of the people, and if they're not representing the people, don't worry about them. Take it to the people, because that's who the nation is. So how do you get to them? Their concepts is all wrong. They got different belief systems. You give them factual information. That's why when we first started talking, did I debate with you about what you believe or what your policies was, or did I take you to knowledge? And I came from an angle to show you that I didn't come from my book or somebody else's book. I came from universal information that's available to anybody who reads. It's indisputable. That's how you do it.
That's right.
And when you have brothers and sisters coming into Zulu Nation, you give them the lesson. That's why I gave it to you. Then you don't have to convince them that they're Moors because Noble Drew Ali said so, or that anyone else said so. Then you can take that body politic, once they understand the obligation of a citizen. Now you can call a meeting and you'll get something out of it. Until then, you got a gathering of people that's wanting, well, when's the food served? And you can say that you called them together, and you did. But effectively, what we do after that is what counts, because it's like this, you know and I know. Is it the meeting that counts, or is a meeting to prepare you to do something? And the something that you do is what counts.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And so what I'm saying to you is this. Yes, we're going to have meeting of heads, but not because we call them. It's going to be because we force them. We're going to force them kindly. How do we force them kindly? Not by begging them or debating with them or showing them up, by teaching the people they have to go to get their nickels and dimes from to support the organizations that they have.
Right. Yeah.
You teach the common people, and then common people don't buy no wooden nickels no more. Now they find themselves in their holy garb sitting in these houses by themselves. And now they got to go talk to these people whose eyes ain't like this no more. They're like that. And these two eyes, now it goes like a pyramid to the back of the brain that comes up here, and they got one eye there. Now they know the symbol of that eye, that it really ain't that. It's the pineal gland activated from the thalamus. And it's a symbol, and it's not even what you see, yet you see that eye. And it ain't no mystery no more. Do you understand what I'm saying? And when you remove the mystery from this thing, believe me, the leadership will come along, because they find themselves becoming irrelevant. And I say this to you, brother, a lot of the leadership that's out there now that's starting to come on board a little bit, they're coming on board because they're discovering, even though they're not admitting it, that they're becoming more and more irrelevant.
Right.
And so what they're trying to do is get on this train that they see moving past them. Because what's happening, the people that used to be followers ain't thinking follow shit no more.
Oh, no.
They want stuff that work. They don't want to believe things anymore. They're not looking for belief. They're not looking for us to get together. Yeah, brother, give me 5. No. Give me something that works.
That's right.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yes. And so no different than we're dealing with this issue that we got to deal right now. So when we deal with this issue with this man in the IRS, that's our issue. That's not your issue. Not that it's not your issue, but it's because it's your issue, it's our issue. Why? Because we are a nation. Now, so we got together and sit up here and, you know, hey man, we come together, let's talk about this thing. No, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about rescission of signature. We don't need to meet on anything else but addressing the thing with the issue, with the substance. In other words, if you're a doctor, then where's the medicine to deal with the problem? That's how you deal with nation. Or not that we come together and we say, yeah, hey, we black. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. I got my aunt. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got my feds. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, man, we came together. And they ain't did nothing. And go back out and don't know how to rescind the ticket. So we need to deal with things that work that starts stopping him from picking us economically dry. And then when the man captures us or kidnaps us, that we know how to come to each other's aid. And that even when we bail people, that we write ransom.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to ask you about too, because you know I'm starting to do that work. So I want to make sure.
No, so these are concepts because you're setting them up for suits later on for what they do at present. Because they're under pressure. And so they're going to be doing a lot of things that are untoward. However, we must know the article or the principle of protocols of the paper trail. That's why you don't deal with them on phones.
Right.
And you don't take nothing verbal. They be talking to you all kind of verbal, but they be talking to you verbal only to get you to sign a paper.
That's it.
And guess what you should be doing to them? The same thing. They keep giving you a bunch of forms. Where's your forms that you put in front of them? You see how we got this thing wrong, brother?
Yes.
That's unity. That's nationhood. That when a man puts a document in front of you to sign, you put yours in front of him to sign. Watch how quick he don't sign yours.
Oh, yeah.
So what is this for? I definitely got to know things because I know when I start getting heaviness, they're going to definitely be coming.
See, you already, what it is, this is what it is. And this is really the truth. Y'all are already heavy in organizational form. Need information base cleaned up. And you already have a sense of structure.
We get more heavy in our national thing, but they already came.
Y'all
as Zulu, you know, under
y'all monster.
Yeah, CIA, everything coming after us, just with regular stuff.
You're a monster now. See, but the deal is once you understand, what you understand, you begin to understand. But I'm saying once you understand it and understand it's yours.
Right.
If I, dispensate with you, and we build together, right? It's still already yours, even if you didn't know it prior. And once you, and I'm talking you, and we always say you is plural. Once you understand that this belonged to you all the time, you're not in the mentality that this belonged to some brother and he turned you on. This is yours, always was. That's what birthright is. In other words, it ain't no favor. And it ain't no privilege. It belonged to you at birth even before you was born. The subjugation principle and suffering that we're under is the absence of it. So the return of it removes the condition. Just like you say, dry bones in the valley, right? And what's the real deal when they're really talking about that? They're really talking about the age of Pisces.
Yeah.
When people will just believe. And then the age of Aquarius, or the new age, he comes with the water bearer and he pours water on that which is dry. And it comes to life. Which means it's from a seed that looks dry and dead, you put some wisdom on it, and it'll come to life.
Wow.
That's really all it means is symbology. It's symbolism. And just like, the Ankh, it's really the matriarchal system of government. That's the uterus, the fallopian tubes, and the birth canal. It's the sistrum. And it belongs really to the sister. It's Elam. And it's really a matriarchal system of government. It ain't just, Egypt. That's a matriarchal system of government. And the first school being the womb. That's the first place where they're to be taught. And not to do that is violating your law. Now you understand why we fell again?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so what we do, we get into scientific dissertation about the meanings of these things, but then don't know how to apply them.
Right.
So the application of that is the applied science of the number 9, where the woman learns astrology, learns herself, learns her mate, and governs her body accordingly. And learns the rules, just like you see in the book of Genesis, where the angels are ministering to Mary and Elizabeth, who were cousins. They deal with the applied science of number 9, so when the sons are born, they're already born educated, knowing the job that they have to do. That's applied science of number 9 as science. That's really what that Ankh represents. But a lot of people don't even know that that's what is being talked about in Genesis because it's not being said directly. But yet they talk about the Egyptologists.
Yeah, be one little thing. Just like,
do you understand? And so the point is, we've got to take these symbols and everything out of mystery and give it to our people in functional civil terms, so that they are no longer believers, that they become knowers
and doers.
Because they can't do until they know. No. You're absolutely correct. So what happens is we've been depending on believers. Mm-hmm. Believers can't do anything because the root word of believers lie.
They're bringing to fatality versus beliefs.
And there's nothing wrong with it. It just means the elementary stage while it's still a seed. Mm-hmm. But it must open out. And that's why Drew always said, when man unfolds, God unfolds. And so the point of it is, if we're not taught what those even when they give the 3 candlesticks, 3 lights in masonry, etc., or to talk about the Trinity, or the triune Allah, all means the same thing: Mother, Father, Son. Mm-hmm. So the point of it is, when we remove the mystery, the people can work. As long as you keep this stuff in mystery, in symbolism, and don't really tell them what it means, how it functions in real life, and that is really elementary, and they ain't got to be no special guy with some special badges or some special, crown on their head to